What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
line it up. And he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
Yeah, he is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro.
Oh, God, bro.
Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't need these. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man. We gotta get face to face. We can talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother on here. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dudes. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that. If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over here, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. We say PMF ain't on his
no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's I love to tell Sutek, tell me. Ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Album pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. Make it pay-per-view. We chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. You know? Right. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He put this over here on y'all channel, but then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga around me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me?
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother.
Word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
Family, but y'all ain't find your own genealogy. Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top Abo leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. After the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. By your own genealogy.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos. Caught another Abos. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos slipping. Caught another Abos. Caught another Abos. Caught another Abos slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karemio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Caught an Abos slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
Peace to everybody in the chat. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. I know I've been absent for quite some time, and I actually been on a little run at work. And then other stuff going on. Life's been lifing. But for those of you who already know, you know what I'm saying, appreciate a few people that reached out to me to check on me to see how I was doing. Other people who didn't know, you know, it's the last like end of January up until this particular period, I lost a cousin and my aunt. And we just buried my aunt Wednesday. And my cousin, he was cremated about 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. That's kind of kept it to myself. You know what I'm saying? So I've been dealing with that. So, and work and life. And so I've just really been chill, minding my business and just, not really arguing. I really wasn't posting too much on the community page. Should have, but I haven't. But I'm here today. You know what I'm saying? It's been a minute and I'm here today. I have been paying attention. I've been seeing the stupid shit people been saying. I realized that in these last few weeks, the waters is pretty muddy. And the reason that they're muddy, the intent and purpose behind why they're muddy is deliberate. And this is the conditions of a few things: money, attention, and distraction. Right? When you see these, when you see people detaching themselves from their reality, there's a money grab always involved, right? And so in order to capitalize off the ignorance of other people, you have to market the stupidity in order to advance. I'm going to leave it right there because I'm going to go on a whole nother hiatus. But my brother, dear Black Panther, hit me up. It's like, hey, yo, someone want to send us a book. It was written by someone who used to be Pan-African. And they want to, well, when I say send us the book, they want to purchase the book and give it to us, donate it to us. And so they bought the, well, first kind of went back and forth a little bit. What was the book about? Or trying to get it, some understanding of the intent and purpose. Then I looked up the title of the book, saw that it was on Amazon, self-published pretty much. And it was written by a gentleman who now professes to be FBA. Cool. Right? I don't have to talk to anybody online about that. He has written work. So today is going to be about this written work. And I'm going to give you some examples on, I'm going to demonstrate, because Kofi had mentioned this before, the previous show that we did, where he was talking about how people need to learn how research methodology, et cetera, right? So he's like, I think a show need to be done where you can show people how to actually do some of this stuff so they can know how you go about doing certain stuff. It may not be to the level or depthness that it needs to be to not lose them, but to give them an example of how things work so that, they can see how you read a book and then what those steps are, right? Something along those lines. So I'm going to give you some of that today. I'm also going to give you some other information today. But from my recollection, Jesse Jackson has passed transition, and he is now in the realm of the ancestors. That has been a debacle because you have some people who view Jesse Jackson as the point guy or the setup man for the assassination of MLK for whatever reason. I don't know what evidence they have, but that's their argument. Then you have other people that are detached from being black, and I'm gonna get into that, but they have detached themselves to call themselves Indigenous Americans or American Indians or Aboriginal Americans or yada yada yada. That group of people, you have them saying F Jesse Jackson and let the word African American die alongside Jesse Jackson, right? Then you have another group of people who want to attack his policy. We don't even know if the man is in the ground yet. The man fresh out of being this, transitioning. He fresh. And we have these different sectors of people that want to go ahead and address certain things. I think Black Panther, along with myself, are trying to set a different example, right? Whether we agreed or did not agree with his methods or his perspectives, we will honor the work that he has done. Now, his work is subject for scrutiny, but the individual himself was a library to us. And we can find within that library some type of knowledge that we could use to advance forward and pave way forward to where he got shit wrong. And so that's pretty much my thing about the ancestor, right? Respectfully. I think that's the right approach when it comes to the conversation, because his work is subject for scrutiny. Now, I just want to remind people of why I'm saying what I'm saying. So, a few months ago, and I've been ultra, uber critical of this particular person. Baba Heru died. Right? Baba Heru died. Anybody knows that I've been critical of not only him and not only Infudishi, but him, because of some of the things they all right. Y'all should be able to see me. My internet just refreshed. Let me know if you can still hear me. Somebody just text me. All right, yeah. My internet refreshed. But anyway, she said the ancestors frozen. But so when Baba Heru died, I didn't say nothing. Think about that. I didn't say nothing. I went absolutely mute on Baba Heru. It had just happened. It was fresh. People are mourning. You say the wrong thing. It makes the group, and it makes me, and it makes the group look bad. So I didn't say anything. However, Baba Heru's work is up for scrutiny. But his contribution to the community outweighs the scrutiny because of what he did. Now, we may have had some humorous moments where certain things had transpired and we knew what his past life was, this, that, and the third. But he came under scrutiny because of the way that he belittled West Africa, right? So that's saying that. not to lose track of where we're going with this conversation today, I just wanted to kind of lay that out there since we were dealing with circumstances of people who are no longer with us, and me beginning that with what I've dealt with pretty much the last month is death, you know what I'm saying, in the family, and then, you know, the recent news and people. And I know I'm not the only one that is experiencing those things, but it seems like since I was 9 years old, that's been a steady flow of lives of people that have been very, very important to me. Have been like, I've been losing them. So just wanted to get that out. Again, man, I appreciate everybody showing up today. And I hope that you can, yeah, right, Ramon. I hope that you can find something in this bill today to take away from me and apply it in your lane, in your studies, in your beliefs, in your world. I hope I can deliver on that respectfully. All right, now I did send the brother whose book that I am critiquing a link to the show. I don't know the brother. Someone else knows the brother. So if you know the brother, feel free to reach out. And if the brother wants to come and have a conversation about his book, I would definitely would love that. I would love every minute of that, because when we publish it, when we write a book, it is up for scrutiny. However, the validity of this particular book falls under every single broken law that's out there. The boy named Dave Walker. She said, say names. What you mean? I've been saying names. I'm finna put his book on the screen. I'm saying he don't know what the business is. So before we get into his book, I want to kind of lay a law down real quick. I think this is uber important. I like that word. Uber. You should be able to see full screen. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger on the eyes. There's no title screen for this. These are all definitions. The source are in the description of the video, but I just need to make some of this stuff crystal clear. Yeah, I'm going to show you his book. His name is on the front of the book, so I ain't running none of that. It's in the thumbnail. But here's a definition of black according to Merriam-Webster. It says black of or related to any various population groups, especially African ancestry, often considered as having dark pigmentation of the skin, but in fact having a wide range of skin colors. Excuse me. Black of or related to black people, and often, especially to African American people of their culture. According to Webster's Dictionary, the 1828 version, black that which is destitute of light or whiteness, the darkness, color, or rather a destination of all color, as a cloth has a good, black, a Negro, a person whose skin is black. So I went to the word Negro to get a better understanding of what the 1828 version, the definition of black meant. Negro is a noun. It is remarkably that our common people retain the exact Latin pronunciation of this word nigger, a native or descendant of the black race men in Africa. The word is never applied to the tawny or olive-colored inhabitants of the northern coast of Africa, but to the more southern race of men who are quite black. So you've heard these words thrown at you before in many of these discussions when there are people who think that they're indigenous to Americas. You heard the word olive colored, you heard tawny or swarthy, right? Those are interchangeable words that are never applied to black people. Here's an etymological definition of the word black. Remember, the etymology deals with the evolution of the word, but I instead of dealing with the earlier versions up until the point, I want to examine how it's defined according to the etymology. Old English black, also ink, from the noun use of black, it is attested from the late 14th century as dark spot in the pupil of the eye. The meaning person, African, is from the 1620s, perhaps late 13th century, and blackamoor is from the 1540s. The meaning of black clothing, especially when worn in mourning, is from the 1400s. Blackamoor is a dark person, black skin African. 1540s from black, adjective more with connecting element. The United States law's definition of the word black, I'm going to go directly to point number 1 in the asterisk that you can see. However, I do need to make this right. Where appropriate, the terms also refer to the civil rights provision of the federal statutes to the extent or prohibit discrimination on the ground of race, color, or national origin in programs receiving federal financial assistance of the type of subject title itself, agency or federal agencies to any federal department or agency would extend federal financial of the type of the title to title. Programs refers to the blah, 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 a whole bunch of civil rights shit. So it says, where a designation of a person by race, color, or national origin is required, following designations shall be used, let's say designations shall be used, black, not of Hispanic origin. A person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa, according to the law, the United Law. Black is a person having origins in any black racial groups of Africa. They're not Hispanic. They're not Asian or Islanders. They're not American Indian or Alaskan Native. So let me give you the definition for that as well. An American Indian or Alaskan Native is a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North America who maintain cultural identification through tribal affiliation or community recognition. What up, term? Definition of black Indians. We hear this a lot. So I went to the source, William Katz, in his 1986 works, earlier published on page 7 of his book. He specifically says, I have defined Black Indians as a people who have a dual ancestry, or Black people who have lived for some time with Native Americans. When slaves escaped to the woods and joined or began remote communities, they are called by the Spanish term Maroons. He is telling you specifically that Black Indians are people of dual ancestry. This sister's article was published in the Smithsonian. She defines Black natives as this: we are indigenous peoples of what is currently known as the Americas and the Caribbean. Let me pause real quick, because anyone that claims to be foundational Black American, she says that Black natives are indigenous peoples of the Americas and Caribbeans, and we are all descendants of the indigenous people of Africa. This identity often includes freedmen, the freedmen and women who were once enslaved by citizens of the 5 civilized tribes, and their descendants. Black native and freedmen are the legacy of our Black and Native ancestors. We are the persona of joy, pain, resistance, and endurance, and it is because of our Black and Native ancestors' hope and resilience that we are still here. It is impossible to lump Black Native identity into a single identity. We are diverse as we are numerous, and our lived experiences, like our identities, are not monolithic. We therefore refer to ourselves in a number of ways, such as Mike TV, Afro-Indigenous, Black Native, Indigenous and Black, Black and Native, Black and Tribal identity. Many of us, by choosing to honor both of our peoples through our identities, are intentionally pushing back against America's traditions of classifying people in distinct racial categories. We're pushing back against society's pressures to choose between our identities because we may look more like one than the other, or not enough of both. Some of us are even simultaneously decompartmentalizing and desegregating our Black and Native identities using traditional language or developing language resistance to speak to who we are and the peoples we come from. This article was published in the Smithsonian by someone of dual ancestry, and she is quite clear in defining this in the proper manner of the word. Black natives, according to, are racially and ethnically African and Native American, and are culturally affiliated with the indigenous community. You see the separation there? Historically, when enslaved Africans came to the country, many developed close ties to Native Americans. In addition, wealthy Native individuals owned African slaves and often reproduced them. During the Indian Removal Act of 1830, thousands of African Americans, enslaved and freed, voluntarily traveled west with their Native counterparts along the Trail of Tears. Unfortunately, Black Native Americans often lack proper documentation, resulting in unclear ancestral origins. Afro-Indigenous, a term that refers to peoples who have both indigenous and African lineage. Black Native, Black Indigenous, Black Indian. These each refer to peoples who have both indigenous and African lineage. These terms can be, but are not always synonymous with Afro-Indigenous. Ultimately, their usage depends on how an individual chooses to describe themselves. Defining indigenous and aborigine. We hear this often. The word indigenous was first used officially by the United Nations in 2002 in its political declaration World Summit on Sustainable Development. Prior to this time, the term was regarded still under debate for the use in UN official documents. But Telly suggests that in the U.S., the idea of indigenous peoples has acquired a certain moral change, partly because of the awakening of memories, usurpation, spoliation, and exploitation, but also because many contemporary anthropologists seem to enjoy being in the state of moral excitation. Sorry. Yet, Batelli's comment only emphasizes meaning as use and the significance of political, legal, and social context and an acceptable use of the terms that are contentious because of its tainted past. It shows also the need for constant philosophical and linguistic scrutiny for terminology, recognizing that the language is both dynamic and infinitely revisable. The word Aborigines falls also in the same family of the terms, but it is often used in relation to Australian and who? Canadian tribal peoples. So when we hear these fools running around here talking Aborigines, are they Australian or Canadians? In the case, the term springs from an older usage of when Christopher Columbus. For Christopher Columbus, the word India and Indies was used to label the entire ancient subcontinent. Later, it is applied and qualified as American Indian. The word Maori, while in use before 1850, did not appear in the writing until 1815, did not appear in the writing until 1850. An Encyclopedia of New Zealand notes prior to this date the terms native or New Zealand were those used to indicate the native or aboriginal inhabitants of New Zealand. And it was not until later, part of the 19th century, that the term was more common use. Hit that like button. Continuing our defining moments. Indigenous Australian peoples are people of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander descent who identify as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islanders and are accepted as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander persons in the community in which they live or have lived. These terms stress humanity of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. Aboriginal, which in Latin means from the beginning, and other European words are used because there is no Aboriginal word that refers to all Aboriginals in Australia. Using terms such as Aborigines or the Aboriginal people tends to suggest that the Aboriginal peoples are all the same, and thus the stereotype Indigenous Australians. The fact is, Indigenous Australian is multicultural. Australia, before the invasion of the compromise of 200 or 300 autonomous language groups that were usually referred to as tribes, now more often as peoples, nations, or language groups. The nations of Indigenous Australia were in all as separate as the nations of Europe or Indigenous peoples of the Americas, or Aboriginal Americans, are the diverse original inhabitants of North, Central, and South America. I'm going to say it again. Indigenous peoples of Americas, or Aboriginals, are the diverse original inhabitants of North, Central, and South America, with ancestors migrating from Asia thousands of years before European arrival. Numbering over 75 million across the hemisphere in 2024, they developed rich cultures, languages, and in many regions, sophisticated populous civilizations. Those are defining words. Jeez Louise. By the way, I just got me another DNA test. I need to take. I'm gonna do what the Abos hate. I'm spinning this tube, shake it up, and send it on into this company. Give me, even though I already know my results, but I just want to get it in another field because they test different things, and I know this, so I want to see what comes from that. All right. How I want to do this. Here we go. This is the brother's book, For My People, From Green to Gold. Hopefully you can see this. because I don't know how to use this thing to make it one way or the other. But this is a book by David Walker, right? All right, so he's got, for my people from green to gold, is his table of contents. He's got his introduction, which is 8 pages. Benefit of the doubt, birth of a nation, who ain't got no culture, the true American, ain't nothing but a little bit of straight. These are titles. Why does the devil call our people Africans? Heard it all before, the divinity of delineation. So what now? Conclusion. My people from green to gold by David, right? This is his book, so this is error. It's an error, but it's okay. So I'm saying it's an error because of the reads. It ain't showing the book, showing the title, then the introduction. It just goes right into it. So the first thing you need to do, or what I do before I read anybody's book, is I try to find information that I could grow to learn about the author. Well, there's nothing for me to grow to learn about the author. The reason that there's nothing for me to grow to learn about the author, because there's no presentations out there that exist or previous articles or things of that nature that we can grow from. But maybe we can learn something here. So what I'm going to read the introduction. It's not a lot, it's short. And yes, you may hear some grammatical, you might see some grammatical errors. You might hear some words misplaced or spelled. And yes, you might take issue with how it's written. I ain't here for none of that. I ain't here for none of that. That's being critical, and today ain't the day for that. Maybe if it rubbed him the wrong way, then we could take it there. But as for right now, I'm letting all of that bullshit go. I'm focused on what he's saying. Okay? And I've had this for a while. So let's get to it, because maybe it might sound different to me when I read it out loud. My favorite movies of all time is The Last Dragon, a story of a young black humble martial arts student in search of the final level. According to the film's legend, once one reaches this final level, they will wield a power like they have never experienced, which will visually manifest in a bright golden glow all over their body. Leroy, the main character, reached a point in his training where his master had nothing left to teach him. Pleading in confusion, he even forced his teacher to declare, "I am no longer your master." He sent him on a journey to go and find a master that would usher him to the final level. He found out that there was no master. He went back to his teacher to question him as to why he sent him on his mission to find a master that doesn't exist. His teacher chuckled, poked him in his head, and told him, "Think, Leroy." He told him that it was one place that he hadn't searched, and there is where he would find the he'd been searching for. Still having not found him, Leroy's family was attacked by his nemesis, sure enough, and so he had to go avenge, protect them. When sure enough nearly beats and drowns him to death, he started having flashbacks to the lessons he learned on his journey. At the same time, sure enough is asking him who is the master. Over and over again, trying to force Leroy to say sure enough, he is where he realized the one place he had not was inside himself, and that he, Leroy, was the master all along. Sure enough pulled his head out of the water saying, "I'm going to ask you one last time, who is the master?" Leroy looks him right in the eyes and says, "I am." Sure enough screams and throws a death blow to his face, but Leroy catches it, starts crushing his hand, and says again, "I am." This is the introduction. When I first got knowledge of self, here we go. When I first got knowledge of self, I always interpreted the story of the last dragon as a metaphor for now Black America in particular, because we were made to believe that there was nothing of value in ourselves and to see value everywhere else. We were taught by the white supremacist power structure that we were nothing, subhuman animals, and thus we were made to look at them, white Americans, as the standard of aspiration. I told y'all you're going to see some radical errors, excuse them. That ain't why we're here today. When in reality, ancient Black people known as the Moors, here we go, y'all. When in reality, ancient people known as the Moors were the ones who civilized and brought Europeans out of Europe's dark ages. And our contributions as Black Americans to the building and development of America in all categories has always been minimized and hidden. They told us that everything about us was negative on one hand, and then on the other hand, they mimic cosplay, steal and take credit for attributes and contributions that belong to us. But even in the terms of Afrocentrism, Black Americans are really taught to have a healthy respect for Africa, or rather to nearly worship Africa while forsaking America due to our traumatic experiences here. That's not what Afrocentrism has been about. It's a methodology. Afrocentrism is a methodology. You need to know this, just like the Native Americans and the American Indians, the Indigenous, the real fucking Indians. Y'all both need to know what Afrocentrism really is. It's a tool. It's a modified tool used, if used correctly, to help you see through certain things in your research, to come to a conclusion based on the lenses that foreshadow such. But even in the terms of Afrocentrism, taught to have a healthy respect for Africa, but rather than nearly worship Africa while forsaking America due to our traumatic experiences, a perspective which is understandable and on the surface. The logic is that Africa is the motherland. That's where the Europeans stole us from and forced ancestors to build America for free while they lynched, burned, and raped us. So the hell with America. I belong to Africa. This is what I mean by knowing how to properly define words, because where in Pete's sake did the man who came up with the term ever say the hell with America? That's not even the mindset. I bet you don't know what Sankofa mean either. The reason why I say this is only understandable on the surface is because to accept that alone is to dismiss the ethnogenesis that gave birth to the foundational Black Americans and the rich, vast legacy that began with us, which is still ongoing today. First of all, there was no ethnogenesis that gave birth to foundational Black Americans. The ethnogenesis occurred when Africans were brought here and when Africans transitioned from being brought here into slavery and up out of slavery. There was no birth to any foundational Black American. And if that's your argument and what you're claiming, then you are not only descendants of Africa, and that's the foundation of your birth, then you just pulling our legs because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about and you're just trying to make a scene. Continue. Vast legacy that began with us was still ongoing today. We have been looking outside of ourselves to be like us in the name of Pan-Africanism. No, the fuck we haven't. Pan-Africanism is, you don't, once again, not properly defined, but used to gaslight us in the matter of trying to learn something here. This is the introduction. And the continent outside of the one which we built the wealthiest country. Is America really the wealthiest country? Is it? What natural resources does America possess that no other country possesses? What minerals exist in the Americas that are wanted by the rest of the world? Is it the wealthiest? Or did we create this idea, right? This false dichotomy of something that really just does not exist. Meanwhile, brothers and sisters from the African continent and elsewhere are America for a better life, while those of us who are Pan-Africanist fantasize about all going back home. That's untrue. We have seen waves and movements of people who want to go back home, who want to visit back home, who want to establish business back home, also want to claim the sacrifices and all the things that have gone on in the Americas. We're not willing to shake from either tree. That's why they say build a bridge. But that's not for you to say in your introduction of your book, because now you're trying to put everyone in the same box, and that is not the mindset, the ideology, or the worldview of everyone Black in America. Some of us walk around with dashikis and other cultural African clothing and play African drums while African dress in Black American street fashion and make rap music. Pause. When has it been ridiculed to denounce cultural ties to certain things? Do you know how significant the drum was to the first peoples that came over here across those shores? No matter if they ended up in South America, Central America, or North America, the drum, specifically the drum, is the heartbeat for our existence today. What you think is going on in rap music? What makes us move our bodies? What makes us bob our heads? Them drums. It is something about the drum and the rhythm of the drum that resonates with our people. That's why no matter what, we can go into a club full of people we don't know, and the song come on, the right song comes on, and that beat, ain't nobody caring who the next person is if they're enjoying that song, that beat, that rhythm. As it pertains to the clothing, you would be surprised. What's wrong with identifying with walking around in the dashiki? Everybody don't walk around in dashikis every day. Hell, people in Africa don't walk around in dashikis every day, and they damn sure don't dress like Europeans every fucking day. We're doing our best to learn Swahili. That's not true. You can't even speak Swahili. That's not true. Everybody's not trying to learn certain things. But before I continue what this sentence says right here, this is what makes Dr. Amos Wilson so valid in his arguments about why we needed to, 1, change our names, 2, change our learn the language of our ancestors, because it empowers us. But F all that, right? We're doing our best to learn Swahili. How? What school curriculum we have in the black community, or even at the sake of where's Robert? What's the brother name that got a school that I respect? He got channel. His name just slipped my mind, but he ain't even teaching Swahili. He ain't teaching no African languages. He is steadfast trying to keep these kids in on par with science and history and math and learning things that can help advance while teaching them about African history and culture and American history and culture. And there's no better teacher, in my opinion, right now in our community, I'm saying in our circle, in our community, they're called quote unquote the conscious community, than Truth Historian when it comes to a Black American history. There's no better teacher, right? There's no better arguer about Black American history than Rob Bourne, in my opinion. There's some elders out there that are great at Black history, but I'm talking about in this circle of these YouTube streets that we bees in. And what I'm trying to tell you is, you wouldn't even be running with some shit Tariq and created if you paid attention to True Story in time. Shameful. But we're doing our best to learn Swahili while Africans are using Black American vernacular, slang, accents, and even voice inflection. Ladies and gentlemen, children from the east to the west, the north to the south, that can voice. I want to say this very clearly, because y'all ain't seen the source yet. Remember, it's just the introduction. Our fucking vernacular origins is in Africa. The way we talk, the way we walk, that slang, that thing that you're saying right now, using Black, no. That shows you the similarity in how we converse. That's why universally we could have a conversation with Blacks in the diaspora and understand what each other is saying when it comes to certain slangs, accents. But okay, let's continue. There's nothing wrong with respecting and admiring another culture, but one should have, damn sure ain't, because Negroes want to be Hebrews, Jews, Moors of Spain, Indians, want to practice Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, Cometians, want to be more Roman than the Romans. Shout out to Dr. John Henry Clark, who said it. Want to out-pope the Pope. Come on now. What are we saying right here? We just forgetting all of that. Right? But let's continue. There's nothing wrong with respecting and admiring other cultures, but one should have enough pride in their own homegrown culture to not feel the need to immerse themselves in and adopt someone else's for legitimacy. I agree with you. We shouldn't do this, but we do. So why are you, and I'm getting ahead of myself, adopting someone else's culture and you're not resonating with the roots of the culture in which you claim to be a part of? Now, to address the elephant in the room, or at least one of them, if you read my previous book, Chronicles of Revolutionary, you notice differences like the flag by which I'm standing and the way my name is written. My name was written as David S.W. Shabazz. Huh. Hit that like button. The man said his name was David S.W. Shabazz. Yeah, Q Butter. I don't know why I couldn't think of Q Butter name, y'all. I'm sorry. Q Butter, I'm sorry, bro. It just slipped my mind right there in that moment. But nah, it's Q Butter. All right. Now, you see my birth name. Same reason for the change in the flag, delineation. So wait a minute. Hold on. Your name was David S.W. Bass. Was written as David S.W. Shabazz. Now your name is, what's your name? What? Walker. Your name David Walker now. You went from Shabazz to Walker. You was better off as Shabazz. But anyway, let's continue. I, like everyone else, should be at least am learning every day. There's a saying that goes, it is to change perspective based on new information. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. You see how I'm doing that? That's what you're doing. 1 minute you're no. Then the next minute you're yeah. Then the next minute you're no. Then the next minute you're yeah. But how did you come to the conclusion all of that shift in the information? Because one moment information may say this, then the next it'll say this. So what made you actually change your mindset? How did you reach your conclusion based on what data for you to say yeah? Instead of explaining that, you say this. One word that has been floating around is grift. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to what this dude say. Grifting is basically the subtle or blatant act of subtly changing one's rhetoric to appease a certain audience, viewers, or subscribers strictly for some personal gain rather than because of the sincere change in the perspective of beliefs. Who the fuck is he describing? Himself. It is at this moment when I was reading the book that I just threw my hands in there and said, the man is talking about himself. Oh, you don't believe me? Watch. This book is not about a grift, but rather about the development of a new conviction based on what I've learned and have been made to realize about lineage and diaspora. Hence the phrase in the title, From Green to Gold. Hypocrisy. It's a grift. You literally define what a grift is, and then you're trying to convince us that you're not grifting. Brother, your name was Shabazz. How did you come off the name Shabazz to Walker? Why would you make a transition to Walker? Remember what he said about grift. Remember what he said. So peep this. He just defined grift. Then he says what he just said, and then to add to that, he said this. This work covers hard topics such as identity, the so-called diaspora war, immigration, reparation. I don't know why you got "and" right there. It should have been the so-called diaspora war, immigration, reparations, politics, culture, and more. In times of confusion, there is nothing greater or more important than clarity. That's what delineation is all about, clarity. It is not about division, hatred, or a claim of superiority. It is about understanding which fruits came from which tree and making sure credit goes where it belongs. Speaking of clarity, let me provide some of my bloodline. This is where it gets great. Man, listen. My boy said, speaking of clarity, let me provide some of my bloodline once again. So he finna tell us who he is. Remember what I said about a grift? Exhibit A. I stated in my previous work that my great-grandfather, Claudius Roland Walker, my father's father, one second, button. My father's father is from Nassau, Bahamas. Pause. Don't FBAs be mad at them in the Bahamas, the Caribbeans, Jamaica, and all of that? Don't they call them people tethers? Don't they call them tethers disrespectfully? Don't they behave in a manner to those islanders as always butting into American business? Ain't that what they say? And the man turns around and tell you that his father's father is from Bahamas? That's not it. This what else he said. I'm proud of him and the revolutionary work he did in building the Bahamas Technical Institute there, which was of a as well as the C.R. Walker High School. After coming to the United States and furthering his education in Rhodes Preparatory School and college and Howard University, where he earned his Bachelor's of Science. And at Howard is where he met my great-grandmother, Mabel Holloway, listen to who Mabel is. So his great-grandfather's a tether. And then his great-grandmother is this, a foundational Black American from South Carolina who he would later marry and bring to the Bahamas, and she opened up her own school as well as the Mabel Walker Primary School. How in the fuck? But that's not it. How in the fuck did a tether come to the American school, get an education, find him a fine woman, and bring her back to the Bahamas? So it didn't say they had kids in the Americas. Remember, this is his father's father. So since he got an education, found his wife, went back to the Bahamas, where's your daddy born at? Here we go. They had my grandfather, my father's father. See. So was he born before they went back to the Bahamas? So here we go. My father's father in Tennessee, though he spent quite some time in the Bahamas growing up. So he had an accent, but was half foundational Black American. How, Sway? How? Now you're making foundational Black American like this haplogroup. Or like the race. You're making FBA a race now, right? So your father's father is biracial, is what you're saying. But that don't make no sense, because if we break down the genetic ancestry of your father's father and your great grandmama, it ain't going the way you predicting it. Because here it goes. This man is a teller, but he served in the U.S. Army, earning the rank as a major. He also attended college here in the United States at the District of Columbia University, teaches, and in similar fashion to his father, he he met my mother. Here we go. Lillian Hughes, a foundational Black American from Washington, D.C. We can't make this shit up. We are descendants of Sally Hemings through her side of the family. No, you are descendants of two different groups of people. You just said your great grandfather was from the Bahamas. He met his woman there. You didn't even speak about his father's father because you know. You mean to tell me that you was told about your great grandfather being from the Bahamas, meeting this woman, and then having a baby in Tennessee? And then what they do? So they left where they was at in school, drove through Tennessee. She was pregnant, had the baby in Tennessee, and then went back. I'm confused. I'm trying to follow you, and you weaving me through these different places because it was just at Howard University. Everybody knows how Howard is. That ain't in Tennessee. Then you talk about a woman from China. I mean, and then another woman from DC. We all over the place. But because after all that confusion right then and there about the Bahamas, South Carolina, and DC, your black ass turned around and said, started a family in Dayton, Ohio, and had 4 children, 2 boys, 2 girls. I'm the son of Anton Walker, who continued the legacy of career in education as a math teacher for 20 years, is now an assistant principal. As far as my mother's side of the family, our bloodline traces back to New Jersey, to the Carolinas, and Virginia, some slave shit, and does my father's side, including Washington, D.C. My great-grandmother, Ruth Beatrice, my mother's mother, who was also fluent in Tetonese and was a child of a slave in North Carolina. I told you, slave was half white, as her father was Irish. I do not have much to say regarding this part of my lineage, and it's not because of whiteness. Yes, you do, nigga. Then look what you try to flip it as. I just never heard from those white relatives. None of us have. Don't even know any of their names and don't know mine or ours. My grandmother never told me when anybody from her grandfather's side reached out to say hello. She, however, knew him and would see him. My great-grandfather's father was a foundational Black American. Here you go with this bullshit. Isaac Roberts. He opened up a church he was in charge of in New Jersey to the Black Panther Party free breakfast program and would help him. It is also through his lineage that we are white. It is through his, this is grandmama's. Listen to this. My mother's father, FBA. How, Sway? You just said that your grandmama on this side of the family got a white man in the lineage that was an Irishman. So on which one of these sides is you talking about? Are you talking about your mama's, your daddy's? Bro, I'm confused. Break it down, make it make sense. I done read this 4 times. The first time I got a copy, I read it. I read it again just because I was just going through some shit. I was trying to clear my mind. Then I read it again when I was at work, when it was slow as fuck, and I was just sitting there like trying to operate in the space. So I read it again, and I was like, the man, is every time I read it, I got moves. Because you said that your mother's father was FBA, and his name was Isaac. He opened up a church. He with the Black Panther Party. They had the free program. They had the free breakfast program going over there where he would help them. Then you said it is through this man's lineage that we are full-blooded. You said we are full-blooded Black Cherokee. How the fuck are you full-blooded Black Cherokee? It is also through his lineage that we are full-blooded Black Cherokee. That's what you said. You said it. Full-blooded Blackfoot Cherokee. Let me pause. How the fuck through all this confusion did a damn Blackfoot and a Cherokee come up in this ancestry? Where we're just in the introduction and call himself two different groups of people, Blackfoot and Cherokee. Leave it to AI to dumb down just so people can have something to see. The Blackfoot generally not a recognized distinct Native American tribe, but rather a term associated with family or traditions or claims of mixed ancestry, often in the southeastern U.S. It is widely considered a misnomer, as the Blackfoot are historically from the northern plains of Montana, while the Cherokee are from the southeast. Oh, that ain't enough, right? Okay, so let's take it there. Did the Blackfoot Indians ever live in the South, Georgia, Virginia, or the Carolinas, etc.? Did they ever merge with the Cherokee tribe? It is interesting how often these questions come up. The Black Indian are people of the Northern Plains, Montana and Alberta, Canada, where they still live to this day. Not only did they never live in the southern states, they were never forced to move to Oklahoma, so they never had close contact with the Cherokees, either before or after the Trail of fucking Tears. However, during the 1800s, a lot of Native Americans suddenly began to surface in the South, identified as Blackfoot or Blackfoot Cherokee. There are several theories as to why. One is that Blackfoot may just been a popular tribe around then. So great grandmama from South Carolina got remembered as a Black princess simply because it sounded glamorous than a Catawba did. This kind of thing happened more often than you might think. Coincidentally enough, people have been incorrectly identified as Cherokee when they really belong to some other tribe as well. Second, Blackfoot was evidently a code word among the early African American persons. You don't believe me? I'm going to bring it back to you. You don't believe me? I'm going to bring it one more time. One more time. Second, Blackfoot was evidently a code word. Oh, baby, baby, baby. Among the early African American communities for a person of mixed American Indian and African heritage. Do you need me to one more time? Second, Blackfoot was evidently a code word among the early African American community for a person of mixed American Indian and African heritage. And third, it suggested that local white people may have called the Saponi people of Virginia and North Carolina Black for some reason, possibly because of the name Saponi band, town, or leader may have translated as Blackfoot, since the Saponi were known for taking in escaped African slaves. Perhaps the second and third theories might both. The Negro said he was Blackfoot Cherokee, unaware the Blackfeet have never been in the South. How did you become Black and Cherokee, my boy? Huh? I'm asking how you claim to be Blackfoot Cherokee when we just heard foundational Black American a few times in there. We heard about some people in South Carolina. We heard about New Jersey. We heard about Ohio. We heard about DC, right? We ain't heard nothing about any business in you describing any of your ancestors from your great grandfather on down. We ain't heard none of that at all. And I ain't even trying to be rude or disrespectful to you, bro. But you never tied any of your ancestry to Blackfeet or Cherokee. My mother's father, Valdon Sharp, who also was an engineer in the U.S. Air Force doing aircraft maintenance. My dad used to do that. His father wasn't present, but on the Haynes, the name Sharp, which is in the middle name, came from his stepfather. Grandfather Valdine was born in Atlantic City, New Jersey, and his family was from North Carolina, according to my grandmother. When I told you that this Negro got slaves on both sides of his family, and they were black people, and there ain't no way he Blackfoot Cherokee. This Negro is a Negro. He's a Negro. He black. As we defined earlier. So it was at this moment in reading the introduction, in the last 3 pages, that just made everything very clear to me that he was grifting. Remember, he defined what a grifter was. And then he said all of these nice things about his ancestry and what he came from. In short, if you listen to what I basically just said, there was a lot of teachers, educators, right? Well-studied people in his family. That's what I heard. Then he started labeling these teachers and educators as foundational. Then he started telling you where these people were meeting. His great grandfather on his father's side was from the Bahamas, who met his great grandmama on his father's side. I'm taking it in DC. Had a baby in Tennessee, and his great grandfather was spending half his time in the Bahamas. Then he switched it up and went on his mama's side and started saying foundational. Wasn't no Bahamas in the mix in that. And he's saying South Carolina and New Jersey, and then the grandfather of that goes into Ohio, establishing, you know what I mean, all of that. We get all of. So I'm following him on the roadmap, and then all of a sudden he shit up and said, and this is where we became Blackfeet Cherokee, 2 distinct groups in the Americas with no close proximity. There's no rhyme or reason as to how he said all of that shit and then comes to the conclusion that he Blackfoot with no, a Blackfoot Cherokee with no evidence. He introduced none of that. And then he says in summary, my family is from Virginia, the Carolinas, Washington, D.C., and New Jersey. And I have one great grandparent from the Bahamas. I thought that was a great great grandparent. We ain't even begin to read the book. We ain't even in the first chapter. We ain't got a source, a footnote, or nothing. The rest of the book is shaped the same exact way. We will get into chapter 1 in just a moment. I need to pay my water bill real quick. Yeah, give me a second. Look at Sha. Look at Sha in the chat. I hope your comments coming through, Sha. I hope your comments coming through. Irish, Blackfoot, Cherokee, FBA is diabolical. Yes, you heard me say all of that. See, I knew people in the chat had good listening comprehension. I knew people had it. Right? Because remember, he don't know nothing about these Irish people on this one side. But it's mighty funny that he introduced us to the Irish people on one side, but he didn't even introduce us to a Native American or American Indian at all. At all. So I don't see this comment that you just said in the chat on my phone, bro. So I think they kind of hating on you, but I'm gonna put it on the screen. Shaw said that right there. I don't know where your other comment at, bro. Ain't nobody deleted or removed or nothing. It just wasn't shown. Irish, Blackfoot, Cherokee, FBA is diabolical. So, exactly. They're tied. The indigenous people, but he didn't say that he was indigenous. Be active. So we ain't even there yet. Okay. Hell no. He never, I mean, he can insert anything because his great-great-grandfather. You gotta remember, it ain't nothing but people, it ain't nothing but Negroes in the Bahamas, bro. When you want to just break it all the way down, and you know the difference between them and everywhere else, that's like, man, when the islands took over, like the Jamaicans. Look how dominant black people are on those islands because that's where they were bringing the majority of these fucking Africans earlier on. That's why they took over. There's a light population. Them Taians went other places. And some of them even could mix in and you could tell the difference. But we ain't nothing to go by. But let me run in the restroom real quick, bro. When I get right back, man, we finna get into chapter 1. Y'all finna be scratching y'all head like I was.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the Abos slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing's staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
Let's get to chapter 1. So, the benefit of the doubt. As I mentioned in my previous book, Chronicles of a Revolutionary, during my awakening, the teacher that moved me to the most was the Honorable Elijah Muhammad by way of his student, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I began to dive into the realm after finishing the autobiography of Malcolm X as told to us by Alex Haley. I told you it's not written good, so it's going to be some fucked up shit going on. Other than too much music, shouting and dancing, and not being serious enough for me, I was turned off by church because the institution addressed the oppression of black people, much less offer any solution to it other than some easy, whimsical, just pray about it. And let me pause real quick. Brother, you didn't study the black church. Because although I understand your sentiment as it pertains to the black church as of today and the recency of the black church, but once upon a time, black church was used as a tool to get us out of oppression. The black church was used to instrument and orchestrate pathways to freedom. The black church was used also to come together, feed, nourish, educate, and provide shelter for people during some very trying times. The black church was an instrument in helping organize routes via patterns, via certain things that we used as tools for those roadmaps to freedom as well, to add to that. So, brother, don't make a similar mistake that I made and piss on the entirety of the black church because of how we see how crippled a lot of black people's minds are today. And just remember that prior to what you see today, there was a lot of great works that was done by a lot of great minds that orchestrated pathways to freedom for black people and to liberate black people in dark times. So we got to take the bitter with the sweet on that one. I hate to say that, but we got to, right? And we just look for the common greatness to extract from and pull people and move people forward. Anyway, I gravitated to for essentially the same reason I gravitated toward embracing my lineage as a foundational Black American. So you have no foundation. You just you a hoe. You a prostitute. Whatever makes you feel good, whatever a pimp can say to you to make you feel good, you gonna trick. You gonna turn a trick, right? Just talked about the church, then you said what it didn't do for you, right? Because if it met a need, you were a trick for Christianity. But because the pimp wasn't selling it the way that he needed to, it became a trick for Islam, right? And now you're gravitating to another, some new bullshit called Foundational Black American, to focus on specific issues. I ain't never seen a specific issue that it addressed. What has been put forth by Tariq Nasheed that says it deals with specific issues? When we go back and we read what the stars mean, you dead in the water. If we go back and look at what Tariq is addressing, you dead in the water. It's not dealing with specific issues. Because the foundation of the argument is rooted in Africa. But let's continue. So the Nation of Islam was founded by mysterious the United States by the name of Walid Fard Muhammad. He was born in Mecca. Are you sure that he was born in Mecca? Are you sure? Born in Mecca, Arabia on the 26th of February 1887 to a jet black father and a Caucasian mother intentionally. Why did you say intentionally? It is said that he had been given the appearance of a brother who could pass for white. I'm confused by these guys. Anyone want the link? What we want the link to FBA news updates? What we need? What we need the link to? My son. All right. It says, it is said that he had been given the appearance of a brother who could pass as white, so that he could get in among white people to study them and also do this work among black Americans at the same time. Interesting. He had been traveling in and out of the U.S. for 20 years before he made himself known on July the 4th, 1930. He was going from door to door in the black community in Black Bottom, Detroit, selling sinks and fabrics, which really was just a conversation starter. He would knock on your door, greet you, and say, "I am your brother from the East. These are the beautiful garments that your people wore back home." Hold on. And our people at the time had never heard of us having any people in the East or anything about some back home. So they respond curiously asking, how? Hold on. You just said this Negro was born in 1887. And then you just said, before he made himself known to people, that he's running around in 1930. And you think that black people didn't know who the fuck they was in 1930 when they established organizations and all kind of other things? Because that's 30 years from I'm Black and I'm Proud, the civil rights movements. Black people knew then. They have AME churches. They had all of these organizations that had the foundation of the word African in them. So you're telling me that no one knew of a family or any pastime or back home? We got motherfucking slave narratives that's 20 years older than this nigga running around here selling sinks and fabrics talking about back home. You're telling me that black people had no idea in 1930, but they running around here to you Africa. Mama said we came from Africa. They got reminders of that in their names. They're naming little small black communities African names. Are you serious? All right, okay. They respond curiously asking, what is he talking about? He would ask if they'd like to hear more. They would invite him in to eat, and he would teach them. Being well versed in, hey, where is Malcolm X from? Originally, before he gets to New York, being well versed in not only the Quran, but the Bible as well, he would teach the truth of these scriptures in a way that was relevant to the people teaching Black Americans. Eventually, he had garnered so much interest from these home visits, he had to rent out venues as he began to teach large audiences. It was said that he would teach for 24 hours at a time. Oh my gosh, bro. I don't know what you're saying, FBA News. You want me to join what one day? Join you on your channel? It is said that he would teach for 24 hours at a time. One group would come in and listen for hours and then leave, and then another group would follow. He was teaching that black people are divine, and that the black man and the black woman of America are the chosen people of God, and that we fulfill the prophecies in the Bible about people being lost in a strange land among a strange people and serving them for 400 years until the coming of God. Also, the prophecies pertaining to the resurrection of the dead. He taught that heaven and hell were two conditions of life, not places you go after you physically die. That it was the slave master who taught about heaven or hell and afterlife in order to keep the slave spirituality in check. That makes no sense. The Christianity, one of the biggest things about the Abrahamic faith, people on the afterlife, period, point blank. So I know you're freestyling right here because, like I said, I didn't get no source. We got quotes. We're quoting with no source. Look, I don't even know what the first quote is. There's no quotation mark here. It's a quotation mark here, and then one that ends here. There's no quotation mark. But look where I'm at. We see the afterlife right here. He ends the sentence. All right, there we go. I didn't see that shit. You must sit yourself in heaven at once. There we go. I'm confused. That's why I can't see this shit. One day in late September 1930, a man by the name of Elijah Poole heard about the one who had become known as Master Fard Muhammad. He was teaching in winter here. He would later be named Elijah Kareem, and then later and finally Elijah Muhammad. After every lecture, Master Fard Muhammad would ask, "How many of you believe that you have heard today is good for the black man or woman of America? Would you raise your hand?" He would then ask, "How many of you will join in doing this work? Would you please come forward so that I may shake your hand?" The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that during the whole time he watched him teach, he had this feeling that he just couldn't. Finally, it was Elijah's turn in line to meet and shake hands with the master teacher. When he did, Elijah said to him, "I know who you are. You are the one who was professed to come in the last days." Master Muhammad looked at him intently for the second and then leaned on him, putting his head next to Elijah's, and said in his ear, "You know that, but who else knows that?" He then gestured to him to keep quiet, not to tell anyone. So you a sucker. What up, baby? So he said he joined the Nation of Islam in October 2016, and his name was David X. Now his name is David. Then it went to David Shabazz, then David Walker. So from the time I was a little boy, I had always loved and been intrigued by God, but I've always had questions. What I became aware of racism, slavery, and oppression of our people, and learning about how God always sent someone in his name to liberate his people from the oppressor in the Bible. I began to wonder, why won't God do that for us? He come to the past that doesn't see us in these stories. Does this apply to us? And if not, why are they teaching us this? But now, here you have an organization that affirms, yes, black people are God's people. So much so that he came to the North America in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, chose us, and made the Honorable Elijah Muhammad his messenger as God raised Moses in Egypt. The nation was a much needed pit stop on my spiritual journey. Jesus Christ, this thing is uber sensitive. Man, come on, bro, you sensitive. Oh Lord, I went too far. The nation was a much needed pit stop on my spiritual journey, as I said in the last edition. Needed that discipline. The nation is where I learned to get outside and pound a pavement cause. Since then, I don't really hold all the same beliefs nor subscribe to religion, as they all have some truth and substance. But some things from the teaching stick with me like riding a bike, and I am still fond of the nation. You sound like God, as you can see. Ask me today if I believe Safari Muhammad was God in person. He was certainly somebody. In Supreme Wisdom's lessons, is this a source? Which is curriculum for the members of the Nation of Islam. There's a section in the beginning called Instructions to the Laborers, wherein Master Farad Muhammad says, boy, you don't even cite the source. I can sit on the world and tell everyone that the most beautiful nation is in the wilderness of North America. He didn't say that no other nation was beautiful. He specified North America and called us the most beautiful. Now, this is God talking about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He taught that black people, period, everyone on earth are the direct descendants of the Creator himself and have been here for the beginning. Boy, you must ain't, never mind, be quiet. But for some reason, his mission in particular focused on foundational black Americans. There you go again, you're just inserting shit. Hebrew Israelites, as vehemently as most would disagree with a doctrine other than their own, they would agree that black people are the chosen people of the God, particular focus on black Americans. They even teach that Americans are actually the tribe of Judah, the fourth tribe, the same tribe that Jesus Christ and the Messiah, forefather David, are from. Why is this in the book, bro? Why? What is it about us here in America that demands such high expectations? What does God or even the devil want with us so bad? What is so special about the so-called African? It is because of our experience. It resulted in cultural expression that has been forged in the fire like a sword by a blacksmith. We, foundational black Americans, have lived through the greatest atrocity even ever in history, living for practically millennia in the belly of the beast. How the fuck did somebody call foundational black Americans live through one of those, and you Negroes don't even want to fucking claim Africa? Because it was the Africans that for hundreds of years were the focal point of the bullshit that transpired in this country. It is the children of Africans, which still makes those children African, that grew in the slave system and even added to that bullshit, and they would have children. The children of the enslaved Africans who were children of direct Africans and Africans brought from other places in the Americas that were brought from originally West and Central Africa remained African. Very few admixed. So how the fuck does the word foundational black Americans live through one of the greatest atrocities ever in history come to mind? I told you that you define grifting in the introduction, and now you're giving examples of grifting. Called another FBA grifting. We got to remix that. Because you grifting. This is the minimize the devastation of any other members of the diaspora and the colonization they have and still experience under the foot of white supremacy and colonialism. However, they have been left to their lands while Europeans control the resources under their feet as a plan in the Berlin Conference of 1884. Why did you in Africa? You supposed to be foundational black, right? Why the fuck you in Africa talking about the Berlin Conference right now? Foundational black Americans are the only people who have been human trafficked from Africa. Oh, he admitted it. So foundational black Americans are the only people who've been human trafficked from Africa. So if foundational black Americans are the only people human trafficked from Africa, How the fuck are you a Blackfoot Cherokee? I'm gonna let that sink in. I don't think none of y'all really heard what I just said. If I'm gonna run it back. If foundational Black Americans are the only people who have been human trafficked from Africa, how are you a Blackfoot Cherokee? Well, the answer, ain't nobody in the chat answering the question. Where FBA News at? FBA News. I know you heard the question, bro. Don't run off. Don't run off. If foundational Black Americans are the only people human trafficked from Africa, how the fuck is David Walker Blackfoot Cherokee? At the foundation of FBA lies the truth that everybody claiming this FBA bullshit is from Africa. But you motherfuckers hate Africa so goddamn bad. So let's go. Oh yeah, you know I'm gonna slow that bitch down. You can't get nowhere with me. This shit sound crazier the more I read out loud. I ain't even gonna cap you down. My apology to the parents and the children that may be catching this audio. I am gonna use explicit verbiage and continue to. I'm working on myself. I said it was a finished product. Speaking of those of us who actually were brought via slave trade, also right here, having our captors settle on our very own homeland, how were we? Listen, I'm confused. Foundational Black Americans are the only people who have been human trafficked from Africa. And then you turn around and you say, speaking of those of us who actually were brought via the slave trade, and also here, having our captors settle on our very homeland, as some of our ancestors were already here before the transatlantic slave trade, which I will be discussing later. Now you're saying FBAs was trafficked from Africa, and some FBAs were already here. And you're going to discuss that later. No, nigga, we here. We done made it to the point of no return. We done made it to the point of no return. How are you being trafficked from Africa and then it's already some Negroes here? How did the Negroes get here? Brother, you just mentioned in the paragraph above about how the Europeans was carving up Africa during the Berlin Conference of 1884, and then you flip the whole script and now we back in the 1400s. There is no type of methodology in this book. We just in the first chapter. There's no type of methodology answering a research question or chronology helping us to stay on the path of history in which you're trying to discuss and talk about in your book. So now we're dealing with two different things. So you our very own homeland, as some of our ancestors were already here before the transatlantic slave trade, which you'll discuss later. This experience was cultivated. This experience has cultivated us into unique, powerful, and the most cultural influential people on earth. And if you ain't a hater, you will agree. Culture is not just about food, dance, and music, by the way. What the fuck is it about? Why did you stop? That's exactly what culture is. It's about food. It's about dance. It's about music. Because that's artistic expression, language, folklore, spiritual aspects. All of that falls up under. Now we got to define culture for this nigga because he don't even know how to define culture. But I ain't even finna take time out to do that because I already did that in a cultural anthropology, cultural anthropology presentation a while back, a few years ago. Not gonna keep doing that. As far as Pan-Africanism, now we're back to gaslighting. As far as Pan-Africanism, the main goal of it is to get black people wherever we may be on earth to what? Look what he say. To recognize that we have a common enemy and a common need for liberation from that enemy. Is that Pan-Africanism? I thought Pan-Africanism, as defined, was an action. Right? An action. How the fuck does it go to this? The main goal is to get black people wherever they are on the face of this earth to recognize we have a common enemy and common need for liberation from the enemy. Hell yeah, man. Listen, I tried to say this earlier, Chavis, that his book is all over the place. I want to bring that up, the faulty logic up, because I'm just reading it and I'm letting y'all see this shit. So, like I said, I read this time. Because this enemy has essentially followed the same pattern with whatever non-white nations he is coming in contact with. Why is John 10:10 here? This isn't a condemnation of white people who simply try to live their lives regardless of their proximity to black people. This is rather, goddamn. This is rather about the white man's social and geopolitical affairs and how he dealt with other than his own. Hell, even his own at times. The only issue with the common enemy philosophy is that it's based on white supremacy. What? Black people were on this planet for millions of years before Caucasians were ever. One more time. Black people were on this planet for millions of years before Caucasians were ever thought of. How in the holy hell is black people on this earth for millions of years? That's the first question I got to this. How was black people on the planet for many years, bro? Black people ain't, I mean, first of all, when you use the word black people, you're talking about only Americans, black Americans, the Afro-Americans, the people of African descent. That is what black people is defined as in the Americas. That is not the case for everywhere else. So Negroes wasn't here for millions of years, bro. Your black ass ain't got you can't even get past your great granddaddy. How the hell you finna sit here and say that black people was here for millions of years and your ancestry, you can't get past your great granddaddy? That's a false statement. That's pseudo. Then he says, "In no time were black people at peace with each other all the time." True statement. But first of all, you're saying tribal people, and you only have evidence of tribal people, and that's insinuated in the cultural ideology of the African, because you don't have black people. You can't find a black person in Europe 300,000 years ago. Hell, you can't find a black person in Europe 120,000 years ago. How the fuck is you finding black people all over the world millions of years ago when a large portion of the world wasn't even inhabited? Not even motherfucking archaic humans. Crazy in the mud. There had always been wars and disagreements, so global harmony take place among people because of white supremacy is to put white people at the center of it. What? It's literally black unity based on the existence of white supremacy, and that's not real unity and harmony. This dude. The problem with Pan-Africanism, which is never defined in this book, as far as Black America and our self-image is concerned, is inherent in the name African, because it implies that we are some miscellaneous, unspecified, lost people who never been re-Africanized into our right mind due to the slave master stripping us of everything that once made us culturally African or whatever we were prior to the enslavement. You ain't made sense in that one either. Because that's exactly what slavery did. The name. When they put you on a boat, you got a whole European name. They made you not worship gods, not deal with your staple foods, etc. They made you literally have to forget and not remember the shit you know now. What are we talking about? Come on, man. They had a whole damn game plan. And they used religion as a tool to help orchestrate that change in mindset. Yes, this is true of those of our ancestors who were brought from Africa. Listen how this is crazy. It's crazy work, bro. Because in 1 minute you said the problem with Pan-Africanism, as far as Black America and our self-image is concerned, is inherent in the same African, because it implies that we are some miscellaneous, unspecified, lost people who need to be re-Africanized into our right mind due to the slave master stripping us of everything that once made us culturally African, or whatever we were prior to enslavement. Then you say, yes, but this is true. You don't say but you say, yes, this is those of our ancestors who were brought from Africa to North America. Now you're creating people. But in spite of that, we developed an entirely new culture rooted in resistance and resilience. Bullshit. What the fuck do you think the Maroons were? What you think the Maroons were? Then you go on to say, that's why no one fights the way we do in terms of struggle and revolution. That's all our circumstances forced us to do at the beginning. In the words of Sophia, from the color purple, all my life I had to fight. When you grow up fighting, or when fighting is your trade or expertise, you exist. Look at boxers. Man, you all over the damn place. Look at boxers like our foundational Black American champions, like, of course, Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali thought he was African. Clarissa Shields. Oh, she definitely African. Mike Tyson, Africa. Gervonta Davis, African. Roy Jones, African. Floyd Mayweather. You might be a trick Floyd Mayweather, but he ain't that dumb, even though he can't read. and he gonna say African. And Terrence Crawford, definitely African. Terrence Crawford, you should never say his name because that Negro know. Love them or hate them, their energy compels you to watch their name fight. Or even in hip hop. Listen to what he say. Icons push the line even further. Examples like Tupac. He said, why would you mention Tupac when he was one of the most African conscious rappers out there? Yes, he rapped liberation, but yes, he told you about the motherland. What are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Look at Chavis, he all over the place. Both all survived attempts on their lives, suffering multiple gunshots, some potentially fatal. They recovered, came back, and dropped music that sold millions of records, breaking records because controversy and drama. But it was also the fight to get out of the conditions and against the sources of those conditions that contributed to the substance and the quality of their music, and that were the compelling factors. We're still in chapter motherfucking 1. Crazy work. The unique fighting spirit of an foundational Black American is one that was born and cultivated here in North America, not in Africa. Are you sure? Huh? Are you sure that the fighting spirit of a foundational Black American is one that was born and cultivated here in America? Have you not looked at those slave ship voyages and records where they were talking about resistance and overthrowing the ships? Are you unaware? There's a whole book of a resistance book about how they would try to take over the ships and turn them back around to back to Africa. What are we discussing right now? All these revolts that occurred on these slave ships, and you don't know this? Chavis said, I don't even know what He said that's no slight to any great African warriors like Prince Menelik, Taka Zulu, Queen Nzinga, the Mayan, and others who resisted European colonialism and exploitation. However, the Black American experience is still unique itself and should be honored as such. The previously named African revolutionaries cannot be given credit for the Black Panther Party. If we pull up the Black Panther Party, it is something within that is going to tell you that it is resonating with Africa. If we pull up the Nation of Islam, there is something in there that's going to talk about not only Africa, but also Arabia bullshit ass. Then you had the nerve to turn around and say Dr. King or the giants of the civil rights movement. People like Harriet Tubman. Your dumbass said Nat Turner. He called on the spirits of his ancestors in Africa. What are we talking about? What are we really discussing here? Then you went on to say, and or any other faction of Black American resistance. Brother, during the 60s when they were running around here talking about say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. Do you not know that they were also echoing for the freedom and the spirit of South Africa? Huh? They were anti-apartheid. Blacks in America were singing, dancing, hooping, and hollering, and moving, marching in streets to prevent apartheid. Why? If we're such a different group of people, that we would go through circumstances and the depths that we've gone through to fight for liberation for motherfucking African and South Africans. So then you go on to say, nor can we as Black Americans take credit for the African revolutionaries. However, there are facts in the instances and examples of such as the Italo-Ethiopian War, irrelevant as Africa, when Black Americans volunteered to help Ethiopia fight Italian invasion. John C. Robinson joined the Ethiopian military along with Robert Williams and became one of the heads of the Air Force. Also, African revolutionists like giants, Kwame Nkrumah. Oh, you talking about Pan-Africans now, huh? Who was over here trying to help fight the good fight with the so-called foundational Black Americans you keep running around here throwing out there, huh? Nnamdi Azikiwe came to the U.S., attended Lincoln University, and were influential by Black American students. Not a single source in the book. Not one. And the surges into another issue many Black Americans have with Pan-Africanism today. How the fuck do you got a problem with Pan-Africanism when you ain't even defined what Pan-Africanism is? And when you made an attempt to educate Pan-Africanism, you did a very poor job in arguing this bullshit, because there's no way that you come to a conclusion based on some bullshit that you're saying in this book. Like I said before, in the introduction, you exposed yourself to the definition of a grifter. You're grifting. It seems to have always one-sided. Again, the Honorable Marcus Garvey came to America to celebrate the movement after initially failing to get adequate participation in Jamaica, facing backlash and ridicule for his ideas. To this day, even though I embrace my FBA lineage proudly, a part of my work in the community is with the Pan-African organization full of foundational Black Americans in the terms of young drug abuse prevention, combating gun violence, etc. Though I'm no longer a Pan-Africanist, I told y'all what he was. He's no longer a Pan-African. I support the individuals in the organization because they always supported me ever since I came back from my visit to Alaska in 2012. So my critique of Pan-Africanism is not from a place of malice, but true sincerity. Bullshit, nigga. You don't even know what it is. You're naming everything but what Pan-African is. The organization to facilitate this logo with the African Liberation Day, Marcus Garvey Day, and Kwanzaa. And I've noticed throughout the years there is not one actual African on the planning committee. What the fuck are you talking about? One, maybe two, that will participate in planning for a particular occasion where they've offered a venue for the program and contribute what they have as far as presentation. But there are many members of the organizations themselves. Even members of the Pan-African organization is a foundation of Black American. Are you fucking stupid, bro? Just had a whole Pan-African conference. This is what I mean. You have to define Pan-Africanism. If you don't really know what it is, you can't blatantly try to gaslight people. You're saying these words to a group of individuals who may read this, who may not even read this shit at all, but you're saying this to people to gaslight them. Every member of this Pan-African organization is a foundational Black American. So now you done made all the members of said Pan-African movement or organization, FBAers. And it begs the thought in my mind, if Pan-Africanism is about Black people united across ethnic lines, where is everybody else? This is, once again, Black Americans and representing the culture of Pan-Africanism more than anybody else, if at all. Motherfucker, again, they just had a goddamn conference. They just had a conference where people from all over came into West Africa. I'm gonna let Black Panther talk more about that, man. Black Panther talk about that. He saw Jaid Issa there, some other prominent Americans that were a part of that, as well as a whole bunch of people from all different places. They met Traor, right? Yeah, that's where they was at. Ben was over there near the land of the Masi, the upright people. I'm saying he was getting Ouagadougou, getting his thing going, put his stamp down. Tell me this book ain't almost over with. Bruh, it's not. It's the first chapter. It's the first chapter, bruh. I hate to say it, but this shit continues. And what you want. In terms of culture, as stated previously, when addressing the term African, the inherent implications of or notion that Black Americans have to go back in any way, shape, or form to what we once were before coming into contact with white supremacists in order to validate ourselves as a people. This foregoes and portrays the legacy our ancestors built in the great country that we foundational Black Americans have made great. Because if it wasn't great, people of the other nations wouldn't come here for a little bit of life or oppose anything else in the world. You sound stupid. You sound crazy. You wrote a whole chapter with your opinion based on no sound scholarship, no research methodology, and no accredited sources to back your claims up. There's no evidence. You already admitted to so many flaws here, and your ass got caught out there hanging around, looking stupid, thinking that you wasn't African, and even though you said you was, and trying to be Blackfoot Cherokee. I'm melanated. I'm beyond the point of who the author is. I've already named the author. The author's name, David Walker. I said this earlier. You was late. And no, there's no sources. And he don't understand what Pan-African is. This is what he says, though. Pan-Africanism, the Nation of Islam, as well as Hebrew Israelites, all refer to Black Americans as the lost people and teach that we have to return to what our ancestors were. Time out. How the hell did you lump all of them into one thing? That's crazy to me. You said Pan-Africanism, the Nation of Islam, as well as Hebrew Israelites, all refer to Black Americans as a lost people. We have to return to what our ancestors were. I ain't never heard Pan-African say some shit like that. I ain't never heard it defined such, and I ain't never read no material that promoted such a thing. That we have, and you said this is according to their respective ideologies. These entities were started with and still operate with good intention and are full of sincere brothers and sisters who mean well and do noble work in the Black community. Without a doubt, I would be a liar if I told you otherwise, based on what I've seen. However, An intellectual obstacle they can face is relatability. How the fuck is what? Especially among younger people today. Not all of us want to wear kente cloth or elaborate. So, nigga, you want to wear a bow tie? Brothers and sisters can appreciate a suit and a bow tie, maybe, but not every single day. And Hebrew Israelites are often mocked for their ensemble. I'm fucking confused. What Pan-Africanist you know runs around here in kente cloth? And listen, Black Panther, the only time I see him in any type of garbs is when he is as a practitioner dealing with his shay. Ceremonies, they will require that. Africans in Africa are running around here always wearing European clothing. Where the fuck you think pants from? Remember how they ran around, talked about how naked Africans? Then when they got to the Americas, they seemed naked too. Everybody wasn't just wearing clothes like that. Shit, they got indigenous tribes that have never, our world to as of late, embraced putting on some damn clothes. Will Smith showed you that. I don't know why apparel is the topic. It says these entities were started with and still operate with good intentions, brothers and sisters who mean well and do noble work in the Black community, without a doubt. I would be a lie if I said otherwise, based on what I've seen. However, intellectual obstacle they can face is relatability, especially among the younger people today. Not all of us want to wear kente cloth or elaborate African clothing. Brothers and sisters can appreciate a good suit and a bow tie, maybe, but not every single day. And Hebrew Israelites are often mocked for their ensemble. Black Americans have our own sense of style and fashion that has evolved throughout the decades and is often emulated by other groups around the world, which we'll discuss later. Pause. Nigga, you got black people wearing Celine, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Montclair, YSL. Where the fuck that come from? That ain't black. That ain't black. What are you talking about? Black folk ain't even really wearing black urban clothing. What are you talking about? You're making clothing a part of the conversation? What are you saying right here? You gonna tell us later about some style? Timberlands. That's a workman's boot. Do you know who created Timberlands? What about Nikes? Motherfucker, I wear every pair of Jordans. What are we talking about? Bro, it ain't foundational. You got black people that got black-owned drawers out here. You ain't got a pair. Black-owned detergent. You ain't got a pair. Or none of it. Socks. Even t-shirts. I had on a actively black hoodie the other day. And I wanted it in black. But they only had it in beige. So I got it, the one in beige, and I'm waiting on them to reload the black one. And the only reason I'm doing that is because the actively black, they got the 100% cotton joint from black farmers. So they split the proceeds 50-50 with them. And I ain't got no fucking problem paying $120 for that hoodie. When y'all out this bitch, and what's that brand my son got? Essentials, them essential hoodies, and then some other shit that they got out here. It'd be like $200-300 for a hoodie or something like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all bugging. And you saying all of that. And you talking about clothes, bro? How is clothes again? Listen to what you say. You just talked about how people dressed. Then you turn around and said this. The thing about embracing your lineage as a Black American is that it doesn't matter what your ideology is. It's a matter of fact that transcends all schools of thought. You don't have to convert or convince a person with regard to their bloodline. What the fuck do you mean you ain't got to convert? What the hell are y'all doing? Foundational Black Americans hijacked from a group called Abos. You drew a line in the sand. Tariq saw a moment to capitalize. He pulled motherfuckers out of that shit, and now motherfuckers running around here claiming FBA. He's recruiting. If this is about your lineage, you shouldn't have to recruit motherfuckers to believe the same way you believe, think the same way you think. Pan-Africanism ain't even about that. Afrocentrism ain't even about that. It don't require missionary. You're trying to convert people. Remember, you just a Pan-Africanist. Before that, you was just a Muslim. Nation of Islam, ring a bell, nigga. Before that, you was a fucking Christian. What are we talking about? How are you sitting in school of thought when you been all this other bullshit? I ain't never been none of that shit. I ain't never been no Muslim. I ain't never been no Hebrew. I ain't never been no Moor. I ain't been none of that silly ass shit. I don't practice no Hinduism. None of that. I grew up in a black church with a black ass great granddaddy that was from black ass Africa. On both sides of my family. My great grandfather on both sides are fucking pastors. In the South. The beautiful thing about one of them is that one of them came out of slavery. Both of them came out of slavery. Both of their fathers were slaves. Them came out of slavery, but one of them founded the first black successful community in an all-white county. Foundation that. It says, once you know, either you is or you ain't. Whatever spiritual practice you gravitate toward is between you and the Creator. The question is, are you a descendant of a black people who were here for 1865? There's a date. And built the United States of America or not. If this is your argument, my nigga, 1865 is only significant because that is when fuckers were freed. Who did they free? Enslaved children of Africans and Africans. Not a single fucking source. The most underlining and unifying factor for foundation Black Americans should be our lineage. That's why you hear these niggas arguing every day about lineage. Lineage, ethnogenesis. understanding either one of those. Because if 1865 is your benchmark, before 1865, there were African people all over this motherfucker. And they wouldn't always admixing with Native Americans or white people. They were segregated to commence and have sex amongst each other. And all they kept on doing is trading African blood over 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 African blood for as long as they could. And even today, Negroes who descend from those same groups of people who admix with the Africans and other black people are, goddamn it, genetically still tied to Africa. There is no new group. Genetically. Culturally. There's no new group. But look what you say. The most underlying and unifying factor for Black Americans should be our lineage, collective bloodline, and the legacy thereof. There is no need for us as a whole to return to any formerly held culture in order to be recognized as a valid people who are worthy of respect. Who's respecting you? Who's respecting you? Your ass claim to be a Blackfoot Cherokee. Excuse me. You claim to be a full-blooded a Blackfoot Cherokee. How the fuck, without even saying any of that, now you over here saying something totally different. You're all over the place. You made a claim, walked away from the claim to transition to some black shit, which you ain't. Remember, if you Blackfoot Cherokee, you can't be a black person. You can't be a descendant of someone who was enslaved. Yeah, in your family, on both sides, there was slavery. For Black American culture is the most influential culture in the world. We have norms, customs, traditions, and a way we don't think will be expounded upon later in the book. So what's the Anansi story? Where the fuck did we get the Anansi story? Where do we get that? Do we need to name other folklore that we know that's in our culture that we know we brought with us from a whole nother fucking place? I would like to, especially if you're a Black American, to really think deeply about it deeply. Everybody listening to the sound of my voice, we're going to do an exercise. We're going to do what he say right now. He wants us to think deeply about this. So that's what, Davis, we're going to think deeply about what the fuck he's saying. So let's do it. When you are taught that you have been right language, your culture, your spirituality, your norms, your identity, everything makes you who you are or who someone says you ought to be. And the person who tells you this is wearing clothing that somebody from another country would wear, greeting you in and using certain phrases from a language that you don't speak. All of this in the name of Black empowerment. What goes on in your mind? I'm going to stop right there. First of all, who taught you that you've been robbed of your language? If you've always been here, that's one of the arguments of the Abos, is that they lost their language. But the truth is that the Africans from West and Central Africa absolutely lost language, absolutely lost culture, absolutely was unable to practice the spiritual systems and norms or identify with certain things. But you know who taught us this? It wasn't the Africans in Africa. It wasn't the Africans in Africa that taught us that we lost all of this. It was ourselves. We broke through a barrier. We began to study things that had nothing to do with other people and put us back into the forefront of a conversation that scholastically got out of hand in the age of information, because nobody was talking about black people in America. No told our story. We didn't rely on Mother Africa to tell us our story. We had enough knowledge passed down, signs and symbols, the shit you ain't thinking about, that we identify with and as and remembered. Black rice. Oh, just a little couple of things like that. Mask, artistic expressions, folklore. We masked our ancestral traditions in Christianity, called it something else. All the while, some of the deities and spiritual practices remained intact, adjusted, right? Being some people holding on to certain languages at the time and being able to run into someone else who spoke a certain language and be able to communicate that. But you told us to really think deeply about this. And then you asked us what goes on in our mind. It wasn't about Black empowerment. The things that we learned about who we were as a people came from within. You claim to be a foundational Black American, but you don't know the people that was instrumental in helping reclaim our voice in world history. The Europeans were battling each other over world history, along with a world war. The great minds. The Jewish began to write for the Jews, the Russians for the Russians, the Chinese for the Japanese for the Japanese, the Indians of the Middle East for the Indians, the Arabs for the Arabs. No one was writing for the African or the African American. See how they go? You said what goes on in our mind. Read a book called The Talented Fifth. They tell you in the book why they attacked the subject matter. We had no voice. The whole 1910s was an era of innovation and evolution for the Black mind in America, which sparked a fuse for other great minds in West and Central Africa, which sparked a fuse for diasporans to come together and share bodies of knowledge from walks of life and bring them into the forefront of a people that was manipulated into stupidity. You said the next question you asked was, how does that make you feel? And I expressed that already. Then you go out and you say this. I'm not worth a damn as a black person unless I look to Africa and take on that culture. That's not how the fuck I feel. Anybody else in the chat feel like that? Based on what we just read, what we just said, does that make, when someone's telling you this information, does that make you feel like you're not worth a damn unless you look to Africa and take on African culture? No one said this. Where the fuck are they getting this shit from? No one said this. And then he says, because the white man took everything from us. The white man did. He changed our name, our language, and tried to manipulate our culture. But that shit was too thick. There were certain things we were to protect, hide, mask, and utilize later. What do I mean by that? Ladies and gentlemen, our people were so genius that they would braid hair a certain way on a female and use it as a map. They crocheted blankets with directions to run away on. They used signs and symbols that related back to fucking Africa to help communicate. This man says because the white man took everything from us in America and made us nothing. The fuck he did. He condensed us down to slavery, my nigga. He showed you that. He killed you in the streets on live stream, social media channels. He put his knee on your neck. He hung your leaders. He had a crew shoot MLK and then blamed it on another nigga, saying the nigga orchestrated the hit. COINTELPRO. The white man has done everything to show you who the fuck he is, and then you're sitting here and you're trying to say that they weren't trying to make nothing. You couldn't drink out the same water faucets. You couldn't look at these motherfuckers. You couldn't get an education with them. You couldn't even live in the neighborhood, shop at some of these stores. You want to say that that don't make you feel a certain kind of motherfucking way? That's the truth. They try to write us out of history, and they try to tell us we were nothing more than fucking slaves. But a group of intelligent black men came together and said, fuck you. We're more than that. We come from something greater than that. We were an inspiration too. We built this on our backs. We're going to show you how we did it. Because the civilizations that thrived long before your white ass ever came come off the shoulders of some of the most powerful black people in world history. Period. Point blank. You're gaslighting. You're trying to appeal to a people's emotion. And you're all over the fucking place, and I ain't seen a source yet. So to redeem myself and my people and be something, I have to go and get what I was robbed of. You fucking well right. Remember, they kept telling us to pick ourselves up by the bootstrap. Look the other way, nigger. Oh, you try to touch my wife? You ain't never touched that heifer a day in your life. Emmett Till. Do not remember what happened to some of the most greatest attributes our ancestors have ever put forth just here in America. You ain't got to go to Africa. Just here in America. Do you not remember Tulsa? Do we need to go to Florida and talk about that shit? I mean, what are we doing? Then you go on to say, and any great that we accomplish, we owe it to Africa because we're African. No one ever said that. No, we owed it to ourselves. We didn't say Africa. We owed it to ourselves. We are people of African descent. We acknowledge that. We acknowledge our efforts in the Americas as well as our ancestry to another place. We have no home. America is not ours. We're trying to make America ours. Remember? They still ain't letting it be ours. We're doing everything. You said to reflect and answer to yourself how you had that thought of impression. Perhaps you have, maybe you haven't. I'm asking you this question because I did. I thought that way due to being told that we were robbed of our identity. Nigga, you was. That's not a lie. You was. You don't even know who you was before 1865. This is how crazy this statement is. I thought that way due to being told that we were robbed of our identity. Motherfucker, didn't you just say that you was a fucking Muslim? How is your black ass in America a fucking Arab? Then you told us that you was a Blackfoot Cherokee. While never talking about any of that shit leading up to that on either side of your family. There is an identity issue. You were robbed of your identity, my nigga. That's why you think you're a foundational black American and that the niggas was already here. You sound stupid. Even though I never really felt like an African myself, I call myself African and use the term with conviction in the name of solidarity. Again, this is true that we've been de-Africanized. But then you go around and say that shit. Oh, so it's true we've been de-Africanized. Well, what the fuck is you making the argument for? Then you said, but I must reiterate, our sojourn in North America gave birth to something new, a cultural, spiritual, and political to be reckoned with. So what is the black person's spiritual practice and culture spiritual deities in North America? Can somebody name me a black deity in North America? What's the black deity name? Get that motherfucking name to somebody who's smart enough. Abos, where you at? Name the black deities in America. Since some of us was already here before the white people got here, what's the name of these deities and their attributes? How did we call on them? What did we utter to them? How did we praise, uplift, cherish, or pour out libations to them? I need some answers. Y'all ain't got none? Ain't nobody got none? Then you continue on to The lost people narrative is one of shame, and is not a healthy narrative for Black Americans to accept. It's really almost as bad as those who enslaved our ancestors, teaching them the lies of their superiority. What? Well, you ain't making no sense, bro. You talking. Then you go on and say, the lost people narrative is one of the shame and is not a healthy narrative for Black Americans to accept. It's really almost as bad as those who enslaved our ancestors, teaching them the lies of their superiority. They wrote a whole fucking slave Bible, nigga, and said to teach this shit. Don't teach nothing else but this shit. Because they were trying to get rid of the thoughts in the motherfucking nigga's mind. That's why they told your grandmama, your great grandmama, them that they fucking can't read. Don't teach them to read. Don't teach them to write. You act like they made that shit up. The objective perspective 2 says, I can't think of any African American gods from America, Sean. Does anyone else? Can't we? I'm curious. The Black gods of America, who are they? What's their name? What they look like? We utter to them. How do we praise them? They both teach Black Americans that the standard of greatness we should aspire to is something other than ourselves. No. No. As Black Americans, our standard of greatness is beyond the aspirations of America. Remember, and this is not to be disrespectful to Thomas, Oklahoma, to God, I can't think of other boys, man. Y'all know who y'all are. I'm drawing a blank right now. But the real names, right, that pop up in the chat and support. Those brothers lost the white man. They had to pack up and flee areas and go west. And some centralized themselves in regions that the white man allowed them to go stay at. Not all of them, small pockets remained east, but the large majority were ran out of their lands. We wasn't chasing that. We're not chasing the white folks' standard of excellence or superiority because we didn't do that. You know what we did? And what helped Black people get their mind right? They looked at Egypt. They looked at Mali. Looked at Ouagadougou. They looked at Ife. I say Ife. Sorry. They looked to the Zulu. They looked to Kenya. They looked to Senegal. They looked to Congo. They did look back to Africa, which they drew inspiration from, and then they doubled on the greatness in which was built here in that present moment. You going to say this. A Pan-African brother or sister may say Africa is the origin of greatness and you are African. But let's really be honest. The majority of Black Americans don't have any sense of inherent connection to Africa. Who don't? We are American. What is an American? We've been here for over 500 years. No, the fuck we ain't. Remember, earlier in your introduction and in the earlier part of the chapter, you told us that niggas was already here before the Europeans. Some of them. Others was brought in the slave ships. The United didn't get involved in the direct enslavement of Africans until later on. So in the 17th century, 18th century, you got ships leaving American ports, going to Africa and coming back up to the 19th century. When the illegal slave trade era commenced, then they were still going back through European places, grabbing them through the Caribbeans and bringing their asses into the Americas. You said we've been here for over 500 years, nigga. That's a lie. We ain't been in America for 500 years. The first Africans get here 1526. That ain't a lot of people. They break weight because of the Europeans is fighting amongst themselves. Them is men. We don't even know how many women, and none of that wasn't, as a matter of fact, wasn't no women involved in it. They break weight. Then after that, 1619 occurs. We got some women on board of that. Because a few years later, that child that was born in America, they got record of that. The first Black baby born in America, nigga. They commenced that. Them white people commenced because they knew. So if y'all was already here, why the fuck are they commemorating a fucking baby being born in it bit? Then you go on to say, our experience is a distinguished one. We have our own distinguished culture, and sure, with a remnant here or there from Africa. So now you're African culture. So you're trying to diminish the fact that you know that there is African culture within our experience, because there's Africanisms in the Americas. You want to try to belittle that and say there's little remnants. No, no, Our women still braid their hair, wear them puffs, ponytails, all kind of shit. Got them real good titties, fat asses, yes sir, thick thighs, save lives, all that. You know what I'm saying? Cook up them traditional dishes with all that damn high in sodium and all that other shit in there that we love so much. Yes sir. We like it. Even the petite titties is pretty. Stop it. Come on, pierce. Come on, man. Pierce nipples. Come on, man. Tattoos. Huh? All that? No. Just coming up out of America? Fuck out of here with that. But let's continue. But even with those remnants, we practice and express them in an undeniable, unique Black American fashion. Lastly, ever since the transatlantic slave trade, there was no movement by one or any number of Africans from the continent to come and get us. How they gonna come get you? They ain't got the technology to do it. How they gonna come get you? Huh? They was supposed to just start building boats and say, fuck it, we finna go get everybody that we fucking was trading with these people in and getting all these resources to fight our ops with. No, it don't work like that. That's why I have them admitting fault and offering citizenship. Some other benefits for people that are claiming that when they bring forth the evidence. That is why you go to Africa now and you try to get citizenship in some of these countries, they ask you for your damn DNA. Yeah, 500 still a short. Yeah, short. This motherfucker asked why they ain't come get us or help us fight against the racist white power structure of America here. How the are Africans in Africa help fighting some shit in America when they're dealing with colonization at the same time we're dealing with slavery? They're being colonized. Ladies and gentlemen, it was only a few years ago that the Kofi Paisa research team published books called Spears of Democracy. We dropped a 4-volume set, probably 5. We dropped a set of books, and one of our books, well, 2 of our books are in a library in the Gambia at Gay and Jaro Skills Academy, and we had conversations, Kofi and myself, as representation of the Kofi Paisa research team, along with Brother Black Panther, who's been there, and now still got Sister Julanda in Africa today, married to an African brother, and working with, alongside, the creator and founder of Gay and Gyro Skills Academy. And guess what? We had a whole conversation with the students while we were doing a scholarship writing for the students. Whoever deserved it earned it. We learned in that dialogue, not only with the people we had already been talking to, but the people, the kids themselves that were asking us questions. They read our book, they read it chapter by chapter, and they had questions they never knew. So shit we was talking about, because they weren't taught that. Islam wouldn't allow it. They had no idea. We drew shit up out of these kids, and this was just a few years ago. We were talking about some shit that been known anywhere else in the world, but they didn't know it. I'm saying all of that to say, how could they have the time and energy to pack up and come get us when their country is being, when the continent is being colonized and broke into pieces? You just mentioned in 1884 Bern Conference, but you had the missionaries since the early 1400s bombarding at West and Central Africa with bullshit. They're trying to protect and defend that while losing that battle mentally and spiritually in some instances. They can't be worried about us right now if they're going through their own shit. They house on fire, my nigga. They gotta put the fire out. The fuck is you on? You turn around and say, why they didn't come and get us or help us fight against the racist white power structure of America here, besides the great exception of Muammar Gaddafi? You don't even know what Gaddafi did. This nigga here. So Muammar Gaddafi, and you the name Kwame Nkrumah, and you missing a whole other list of names of liberators that were in Africa that were also on board with us fighting against racism, white supremacy. You just all them niggas and you went straight to Muammar Gaddafi. He the only motherfucker one. He the only one. Fuck it. Fuck all the other African liberators, power struggle, and trying to help us gain our yeah, our existence here in the Americas. Oh, nah, only Muammar Gaddafi. What the fuck do you think Traore doing right now? When Trump running around there trying to punk Nigeria, Traore and them over there like, fuck, we ain't going for that pussy ass shit. We gonna unite. We gonna unite over here, a lot of us, and when they bring that bullshit, we gonna fuck them up. Whoever they bring in here, we gonna fuck them up. We ain't playing that bullshit. Just like the homie in South Africa, running them goddamn crackers up off the lands. He ain't playing that game. They taking all that shit, farmland and all that. Fuck y'all. Go back to Europe. Them days of trying to run over us is over with. We want all our resources and shit. And the only reason Trump trying to fucking punk Nigeria is because of that fucking oil. But still, rightfully so, there are some members, some goddamn extremists over there that do need their head tapped. So we can understand that. We can understand that. But we don't understand why certain people are calling on the U.S. to help them with that situation when they should be able to take care of that issue. I know it's going to be hard, but it is what it is. And some Africans did ask this nigga for help. But in return, he asking for some of that oil. I'm guaranteeing. You said there's a huge body of water between us, a lot of red tape to cross, not to mention Africans having their own colonial enemies to fight off. So why the fuck did you just say all of this bullshit that you just said a paragraph ago, and then turn around and admit? You turned around and admitted that they got their own fight going on. Then you say, if people are preoccupied with fighting their own battles, it's completely understandable. It is okay. So why the fuck did you say all of this other shit? You said all of that and then turned around and say, all right, I gotta admit, they fighting their own battle. We understand that they fighting their own battle. I gotta relax. Shabaka going Aham in the chat with names. A problem with the bandera of the Pan-African flag that I couldn't put my finger on was how the red, black, and green was a representation of the entire diaspora. The problem isn't the fact that such a flag exists. The issue is that the flag was created in America by the Honorable Marcus Garvey, who brought this idea of global black unity to foundational black Americans who galvanized around it and amplified the movement, launching it on the world stage. This was done, but there was no flag for black Americans specifically. What the f? Bro, this shit's crazy work right here. This nigga's emotional. This was done on our soil, but there's no flag. This concept of broad generalization is pervasive, transcending activism, culture, and even weaponizing against foundational black Americans. No, the fuck it ain't. Primarily by the Democratic Party. Now, we're going to blame the crackers. And I'll expound on this in one of the coming chapters. Africa is made up of 54 countries, and everybody on the continent is not the same, culturally speaking. Yet, they can rightfully be called Africans, even though one may be from Nigeria. No, that is not how that shit go in Africa. How that shit go in Africa is tribal. Tribal markings and certain tattoos, hairstyles, and looks lets you know the difference between who the fuck is a Hausa and who ain't. The Yoruba and who ain't. The Igbo, the Fulani. They're tribal. They don't identify as Africans. Even to this day. Nigeria holds like the Mandinka. You can see the Mandinka in fucking Nigeria. You can see the Fulani, the Hausa, the what's the ones that start with an N? The Nupe, the Iwe, the Ibibio. Man, do you not know how many different ethnic groups different tribal groups alone in fucking Nigeria? You fucking shitting me? To say what you just said shows your ignorance. You're not educated enough to speak on it. Yet you don't know enough to even have a conversation. Yet you wrote a whole fucking book and I'm still in chapter 1 and I can't even get through chapter 1 because you ain't even making no fucking sense. Yet can rightfully be called Africans, even though one may be from Nigeria, another Chad, another from Kenya, and another from Zimbabwe. But in Pan-Africanism, it's not really considered noble to call ourselves by the name of our country, American. But if my bloodlines is rooted in America, what am I then? Nigga, your bloodlines ain't rooted in America. You just told us your great-great-grandfather was fucking from the Bahamas. Who come from somewhere else. He ain't always been in the Bahamas. You didn't name nobody that has always been in America because you didn't give us your great-great-grandmother. You don't know where none of these people come from, bro. You just start naming Ohio, D.C., Virginia, and South Carolina. You ain't even going beyond that point, bro. Ohio being the most recent. Objective said, who wrote this crap? His name is, what's his name? Walker. David Walker. His name was Shabazz. David Shabazz. Or David X. But if my bloodline is rooted in America, what am I then? A lost African? No, nigga. You an African American, just like a fucking Chinese American, just like a Japanese American, just like a Korean American, just like an Italian American. You're a hyphenated motherfucker. You have dual ancestry. These white people that we calling Europeans are European Americans. They colonized this fucking place. They jack moved this shit from the indigenous peoples that was here and start all the naming shit. To be an American is to be a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, WASP. To be an elite group of Europeans to establish themselves in a country that they done took over and stole and made them special. Fuck out of here. Africans, you says, and if Black Americans are lost Africans, then what are Africans who are still on the continent or immigrated here from there? Real, pure, genuine, undiluted, authentic Africans? See how stupid you sound? No, they're Nigerian. That's why there are sections of people that came here from those African places, and they say I'm Nigerian American, because they'll have a Nigerian parent and then somebody that could be something else. That they've been over here so long, they'll say that. And we are supposed to look to them for guidance on how to be our real African selves. Must we be initiated in some specific African tradition or culture to attain validation and respect? Think about this. What are you talking about? Initiated what? No, they don't initiate you. If you're a part of their tribe, there's ceremonies and shit like that. There's a lot of shit that we missed. But listen to what this nigga say. I'm not being facetious. I'm just asking you questions that many Black Americans have asked when it comes to this topic. Notice, there's no educating here. He wrote a whole book, and all he's saying is, I'm just asking you questions. See, it was Melanated Goddess in the chat who kept telling me, don't answer the Abos questions. All they're going to do is have questions. They ain't never got no answers, and they can't have a true dialogue. This nigga whole first chapter is questions. Then he said he asked AI, why the fuck is you asking a search engine? Ask AI, what happens in the brain when it hears the word lost? It states, and I quote, the word triggers activity in the limbic system, particularly amygdala. I'm saying the name wrong. I used to know how to say it because T.I. got a album named after that, which governs emotional intensity and threat perception. The amygdala's activation in response to a negative word can cause a surge in stress hormones like cortisol throughout the body, triggering a fight or flight response. This can all be summed up to insecurity and even low self-esteem. Yeah, nigga, you got low self-esteem. This can all be assumed to that. Yep, you're right. Oftentimes, people with low self-esteem will try to help as many people as they can seeking validation. What the fuck you think you doing? See what I'm saying? He goes in. He talks about, he defined grifting. Now he asks AI a question, and AI is properly defining this nigga throughout the whole book. He set himself up. I didn't need to do it. I didn't need to do it at all. He did it to himself. He did it to himself. Perhaps this is particularly to blame, particularly to blame. I don't even know, partially. So partially to blame for why it's been easy for others to pull us into their struggles and use us as shields and cannon fire for their own agendas. Who's using us? What are you talking about? To tell someone that they are lost invalidates their experience, implies hopelessness, creates a self-identity, their struggle. And Black Americans have been told this about ourselves by narratives that we both intend to uplift us and those that we intend to harm us. But today is a new day. Foundational Black Americans are not a lost people. What the fuck are we? We are a nation with deep history, legacy right here on this American soil. We don't have to go anywhere. We aren't going anywhere and couldn't care less who it pleases and displeases. This is our home. Our ancestors' hands built it, and their blood is sown in the soils, and that same blood is in our veins today, as it is in Africa. You forgot that part. That same blood. That motherfuckers jumped off slave ships into the ocean and suffocated and died, to the same blood that fought fucking enslavers on boats and rioted and overthrew them, trying to get back to Africa, but only would crash the ships and end up still in the Americas. That same motherfucking blood where them white people was slicing it all over these ships and it was leaking through that wood and still found. The same blood that built, not only was forced here, but built this motherfucker, and they never knew what an American was. The same blood that came over here on those boats, got off those shores of South Carolina with fucking rice in their hair and other essentials and built staple foods so that they can have a remnants of what home was. That same blood that used in drinker symbols in graveyards of people buried to remind them of their Africanness when the white people didn't have an understanding. That same blood in the pulpits in certain churches that drew African symbols and signs to show the relevance of who we were and connect us back during those slavery times. The same blood that carved out a pathway for freedom and justice. The same blood that exists. So what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? What up, Teddy? You late? Objective perspective, yes. He made himself an unknown person. This is chapter 2, Birth of a Nation. But I'm not going to do it today. I'm not going to do it today because we just went through a huge. That was I think the first chapter has the most pages in it. Everything else becomes a little bit breezy, and I don't want to get away from certain things. So I left some sources in the description of this particular video. One related to ancient DNA for Siberian boy links Europe and America. And people have really forgotten that this is one of those old ones that comes up with a 24,000-year-old sequence of a kid whose DNA was found and that it contained Native American ancestry and European ancestry. And it was dated back to the Ice Age, around the Ice Age's time. And that led to other and further research regarding that. There was a burial of the Paleolithic Siberian boy that was discovered. That's who it was. It was a Siberian boy. And his Y chromosome from his mitochondrial cell batteries with it's how they got it out, but it just went back and it just dealt with it. And they found like 40% Native American in the dude, and then it went down a little breakup. But people forget that, right? And so we have this evidence, and we use this evidence because earlier when I was defining who the first people were, who were Aboriginal Americans, Indigenous Americans, it told you that these people were the descendants of a people that came from Eastern Asia and Siberian population groups. They were here first. You can't win it. You can't win an argument with no evidence. So it is what it is at that point. But I'm going to pause on Buddy Book, right? And I'm going to open it up to whoever, whenever, however. And if you have questions, comments, concerns, we just read the introduction and the first chapter of A Fucking Fool. Sabio, what up?
What up, Sean?
I'm here, man. What's good?
Man, just chilling, man. Just heard you read that pure conjecture, and
that's all it was. It's conjecture.
I don't even know, like, what is that supposed to be? An interesting read? Was that supposed to be fiction?
Bro, I can't even speak to that.
Like, what genre is that in? Is that in historical fiction?
I don't want to go on Amazon and get to pulling this shit up, but it was pathetic. It's not written well, and it has sources. Even if you looked at the beginning, when we were getting ready to get into chapter 2, when you're talking about the ethnogenesis, right? You know what I'm saying? Like they keep trying to play these games like we don't know what the fuck it is. But I'm trying to figure out why you don't have any sources in the book. And then what are you trying to, you're just full of claims. So you just freestyle the book all the way through. And it's not really a deep book. It's 200 pages, but it's more so like 200 pages of bullshit.
That's nothing but another Bible.
It's an Apple Bible. I mean, it's a FBA Bible. It ain't that. It ain't because it ain't got no history to it. It ain't got no real substance.
Shit, that shit crazy. Sitting there like, what was
That
all
shit
this?
beyond crazy, bro.
Was you reading the tale? Like, oh, that's what it is. This is a FBA tall tale. That's what it is. Like Paul Bunyan in them.
It's definitely one of them. It's
Damn.
definitely one of them, bro.
I can't believe these people are out here doing that. Like this stupidity is absolutely interestingly amazing. Sean, this shit needs to be studied.
Yeah. It definitely. I mean, something gotta happen. Something gotta happen.
He
Robert Rand.
wrote a whole book based off of his opinion. Where do we do that at?
Robert Rand said that he over here arguing with all the fake Indians, and he said that he Robert Rand is crazy. He said that he argued with everybody using the sources in the description of the videos. That's what they for, Robert Rand. That's what they for.
Yeah, man. These
Yep.
people. So this
Yeah, they dumb as rocks, bro.
We dealing with sourceless books now, y'all. So if y'all invest y'all money in that book, no, you're not going to get any sources. There's no you're going to be reading. Well, thank you, Sean, for letting me know I won't be getting any real substance from the book.
Yeah. I mean, look, they got Robert Rand right up. But I mean, you know, it's what it is, bro. Like, when they start writing books, see, now we can get involved. You feel me? We can get involved now because now we can hold you to your words, even though this is his opinion, right? And we know this is an opinion. It's not really a books per se. You know, it ain't what it is. You know what I'm saying? It ain't that. You know, it's some book. It's some. All right, man. I ain't gonna say it's bullshit. The book's some bullshit, bro. All the way. All the way. The book's bullshit.
Was he asking us questions or was he asking himself those questions?
No, he said that in his book. He's asking the reader of the book those questions.
So he's also asking himself those questions.
He said he asked himself.
Okay. So
he confused.
So he still hasn't figured it out. That's why he's writing his book trying to figure it out.
I don't think he read the book. I don't think he read his own book.
Damn.
You know, usually, like when I'm writing a book, I have my methodology, right? And I flow with it. And when I'm writing, I'm trying to make sure that my methodology is right, but my chronology is even right. Right? So if I'm starting at a period, I'm gonna bring you forth.
Right. All the chapters linked, basically.
Yeah. They gotta be in sync because I can't start at this period in my life and then I move 20 years up and then come back 5 years and you know what I'm saying? Like be all over the place. Like man, I'm at the my test off today. Spin the tube. Them boys hate spinning that tube. Not me. I'm gonna spit in that tube. Damn, swallow that salmon. Fuck.
Man.
I just had this shit, bro. I don't want to break. I've been fasting. I'm finna tell him. Hold on, let me see.
Fasting on the Abos.
Let me see where this motherfucker is. Where you at? Unity is found in nature, and lions, wolves, and are example of unity in nature. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a freaking fact. And you'll find it amongst certain what I want. They all ain't monkeys, but apes. You'll find unity in apes. They're very territorial, so they'll protect that. That's why I'm trying to get home. So I don't keep doing this shit on the fucking. I'm gonna fight my hunger. I wanted that salmon though, with the yams. FBA never want to struggle. They always want to degrade and insult the FBA are basically apolitical. They deal with feelings, not facts. That is true. Kwame Torres said, unorganized, there's nothing we can do. Organized, there's nothing we can't do. Struggle for truth. That's a fact. You been arguing, you been doing, man? You been arguing with the boys?
Man, I just started trying to go just be joining some people streams on TikTok, been arguing over, talking about the Bible. I was in a nice zone conversation yesterday. It was pretty intelligent with a different panel of people. They was different races, white, mixed, black, Asian, Mexican, from overseas. Had some different opinions. Christians come up there, some Hebrews, some pantheists, some dude who had a Norwegian belief system. It was all trying, but yes. And other than that, I just been taking care of Snow, trying to get me another.
People don't know who Snow is.
You don't know who Snow is?
People don't know who Snow is.
That's Snow. That's my girl Snow.
Sabio lost his last dog, y'all. He came back with Snow.
Yeah, my pit bull, my new pit bull puppy Snow. Yep. Had to replace it. I had to replace my boy Ace. So I got my daughter Snow. Just gave her a warm medical in her food today. Only had her 3 weeks. She's already trained, Sean. She listens. I tell her to sit down. I tell her to attack. She listens. She will. She'll start barking at people. Things like that. Yeah. Only had her 3 weeks. I got skills.
Yeah, skills?
Yeah, we're training puppies, bro.
Oh, okay. So you're the dog whisperer?
I wouldn't say that. It's just something that, because I was telling my homeboy Dre this too, and I told a couple of my other friends. Growing up in Pasadena, me and my homeboy James Otis, his dad used to keep him with pit bulls, and his girl would have puppies. So in order for me to have a puppy, I would have to train them and take care of them and stuff like that. And he taught me methods to train them, how to get them to walk on the leash at 6 weeks, 8 weeks old, to walk them and things like that. So like she's pulling me already.
She still use the bathroom in the house?
Nope. I housebroke her in a week. She barks at me when she go out.
Yeah, that was my dog. My dog Tyson, he'll look at you and be like, bro, only barking when you gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah, she barked at me earlier today, and I didn't take her out. 5 minutes later, she went and shit it.
You wasn't listening, bro.
I wasn't listening. I wasn't even mad. I wasn't even mad. I was like, you know what? That's my fault. I should have just took you out. Because she told me what she had to do. She tells me. She marks
Yeah,
it.
you did, bro. She said, bro, we didn't have this conversation about, you know what I mean? And then just, unity is based on the freedom and the liberation. Go ahead. I'm gonna drop the link again, man. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like to be a part of the conversation. They think I'm gonna get them up, but it is what it is.
But yeah, that's it, man. Just trying to get it right, man. You know, living and shit, you know. Gotta get ready to move and shit, because my lease will be up. You know, my mother passed. Her birthday was on the 18th. She would have been once.
Sean, where's Tyson at? I haven't heard him in the background. So, about a year ago, somebody that I knew, son had died, and they wanted a dog from me, but you know what I'm saying, I'm charging for dogs, so the next best thing I could do was just pretty much, you know what I'm saying, because they needed a support dog, and then I just came to the conclusion, like, I didn't want to get rid of them, but I was like, fuck it. Like, he going to a good home, you know what I'm saying, more than I needed him at the house. And so I just, you know, gave my dog away. The second time I done did that shit too. The first dog, his name was Snoop, English Bulldog too. I gave Snoop away to a dude I made $10,000 off of. So I sold him a car or a truck, a little Nissan truck. What's up? Made about $10,000 my way off the deal. And you know, I was talking about my dog. I said, because I was getting ready to go back to Alabama at the time to sell cars. And I knew I was going back to Alabama. And I know that in order for me to go to Alabama, I couldn't leave the dog with Siobhan because she was pregnant at the time with Elijah. And so, you know what I'm saying, gave my dog for my son, I guess. But so I gave Snoop up to a dude. I ain't heard from that dude or none of that. I don't even know what happened to Snoop. He came up, I said, come back Saturday, I'm gonna have my dog. Had the dog up there just to see how he would act and maneuver around the dog, whatever the case may be. I guarantee you though, if Snoop still around, and well, he'd be much older right now. Shit, I know he did. He gotta be. God damn, that was a long time ago. So, but if he was around, right, yeah, about 18 years ago. But if he was around right now and I walked into a door and he was near there, if he didn't recognize me initially and he came up on me, sniffed me and got my scent, he would turn around and run and try to jump in my arms, because he used to do that every time I came home. Yeah, that nigga was crazy like that. I gave Snoop up. And so Tyson was kind of, you know, but he only around the corner though. I can go pull up on Tyson. Shit. I just ain't did it because I don't want to confuse him. You know what I mean? I don't want him to think that he coming back. You know what I'm saying? So I know he cool where he at. He go outside, use the bathroom. He go on long walks every morning, exercise. He there for some emotional support. I guess when she feeling emotional or whatever, she probably call him and he run and get in the lap. Shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that. You know what I'm saying? That's what he deserves. So That's cool. He ain't messed up. And
Yeah, my puppy, she go on walks every morning. She been going on walks every morning for about a week now. I just got her walking about a week ago. I just started it about a week ago. I wanted her because she was another puppy. I don't think she was really abused per se, but she was neglected. She was just left in a cage, and she wasn't really fed, from what the puppy person I got her from said. But she didn't really seem like she was beaten on or anything like that. Just like she wasn't given attention and things like that. So for the first 2 weeks, for the first couple weeks, I just let her get acclimated with the house and with me and things like that. You know.
mm-hmm.
Then after that, I started giving her little commands. Once I seen that she was real, but I did break her from pissing in the house within a week. I did do that I teach her to sit. I didn't really have to teach her to sit because it was like that was already instilled in her. Shit, I told her to
Yeah,
sit.
yeah.
The sit she sat. I was like, whoa, for real?
Mm-hmm.
I told
I won't smoke with the Abos. I won't smoke with the Abos. The
her, I did.
FBA Abos or the crazy Abos. Y'all see what's on? You see what's on the screen? Make it bigger. Let me get those out the picture. Let me take the comment down. Can y'all see what's on the screen? Scroll up. The first origins of the first Americans remain contentious. Although the Native Americans seem to be genetically more closely related to East Asians, there is no consensus with regard to which specific Old World population they are the closest to. This article came out in 2013, right? In 2013, this was the premise of the evolution of information that would come in beyond that to settle this science on who these people were, straight up and down. Straight up and down. So, did my niece text me? No. All right. So here we sequence the draft genome of approximately 24,000-year-old individual MA1 from Malta in South Central Siberia to an average depth of yada yada yada. To our knowledge, this is the oldest anatomically modern human genome reported to date. The MA1 mitochondrial genome belongs to the haplogroup U, which also has been found in high frequency among the Upper Paleolithic and Mesolithic European hunter-gatherers. And the Y chromosome of the MA1 basal is modern with Western Eurasia, and near the root of most Native American lineages. Similarly, we find autosomal evidence of the MA1 basal to modern-day Western Eurasians, genetically closely related to who? Modern-day Native Americans, with no close affinity to East Asians. This suggests that the populations related to contemporary Western Eurasians had a more northern, earlier distribution 24,000 years ago than the commonly thought. This is the earlier argument in 2013 about the said subject on this. Furthermore, we estimated 14 to 38% of Native American ancestry may originate through gene flow from this ancient population. This is likely to have occurred after the divergence of Native American ancestors from East Asian ancestors. But before the diversification of Native American populations in the New World, gene flow from the MA1 lineage into Native American ancestors could explain why several crania from the first Americans have been reported as where I go? Should have had to look at something. Bearing morphological characteristics that do not resemble those of East Asian. Sequencing of another South Siberian of Atamva 2 dating to approximately 17,000 years ago revealed autosomal genetic signatures as MA1, suggesting that the region was continuously occupied by humans through the last glacial maximum. Our findings reveal that Western Eurasian genetic signatures in modern-day Native Americans derive not only from post-Columbian admixture, as commonly thought, but also from a mixed ancestry of the first Americans. I want to go back to then and then deal with it now. What up, Be Active?
Oh, what up, Sean? Now I just want to connect to just let you know that you're a great teacher and keep doing what you're doing, my brother. Calling you from Puerto Rico, and I wish I could talk many things about the topic, but my English sucks completely. So I let you do that for me. You
Now,
talk
you can
for me.
say whatever you want, man. We ain't tripping on your English. Sabio can't speak English.
What happened?
What?
I'll mess with Sabio. I said he can't talk. He can't speak English either.
Yeah, I'm Mexican. I got a Mexican name. They talk about me because my name Latin as hell, Spanish as hell, bro. I don't care. My
What's up?
dad told me he named me after his favorite boxer or soccer player, one or the other.
That's cool. That's cool. No, but
What
I
you seeing
only
down
got
there?
connected for that. What happened?
I said, what you seeing down there in Puerto Rico? What the streets saying?
About what?
Do they think that black people always been in America?
Nah, yeah, we know they come from Africa, and we acknowledge that. We celebrate that. We love our African culture, tradition, and everything that got to do with it. We embrace it all the way 100%.
And tell them where you at again in case they forgot.
Puerto Rico.
You hear it in his voice.
No doubt.
Yeah, man. But I appreciate you though, man. What else you got going on? You heard some dumb shit in the street?
Well, about this topic, that this topic is never being talked when it comes to saying that the Abos are talking about. That's silly. That's stupid. If I would come out saying that in the street, they would laugh and would think that I'm crazy. If I start going in the street, African or black are the first people American or the indigenous American. They would say, "Are you crazy? Well, you never went to you don't know nothing about history." They would laugh in my face.
That's how it be sometimes, you know.
Yeah, but we know where our history. We know who we are. We know our ancestry, which Puerto Rico started basically with the Taino, and the Spanish came over here with Africans, and they became the what integrated and what created the Puerto Rican culture of the New World, and which is one of the oldest culture of the New World, which is America. Puerto Rico is basically the second older after Hispaniola, which is the first. And Puerto Rico, in both of us, Hispaniola, which is Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico, basically are the first to mix together, mix our indigenous, our African, our Spanish, Portuguese, and all that is the oldest. It's the oldest. So in our history having been erased, and they teach the correct history and they don't lie about history like they do in United States. I was also, raised in New York, and I know the teaching over there and the education system in United States unbelievable. Because they lie to you. I mean, the education in United States about lying to you. To American, that's what I mean, to all American. That's why even Puerto Rican who live over there, they don't even know about who are raised or born over there. They don't even get to know their real history, only until they come back home.
So, yeah. They be
Well,
trying to play games with that information.
Yeah, but we got you. We got you. You the truth, and you about the truth. and I really appreciate that and really respect that and admire that about you. And you're a great person, and you are brother to the truth, and you're like my brother. So when it comes to that, so keep doing what you're doing. Never stop doing what you're doing. Keep teaching the truth.
Well, appreciate you. See, Savior, why you
No
be
doubt.
that nice?
What happened?
I'm talking to Savior. He ain't never that nice. Savior was hateful. See
No
how
doubt.
quiet he is now? He gonna act like he taking a dog outside and shit.
But I'm gonna let you know. Go. I already got connected. Used to say that. So keep doing what
Man,
you're doing,
appreciate you, man. For
my
real,
brother.
man.
Never,
All right,
never
bro.
stop. Never stop teaching. All right.
I ain't going nowhere, bro. We'll fight it
All
out.
right. They need people like you in school. They need your type of mentality in schools. We need more of that because they ain't many. Only in social media and stuff like that, but not in the schooling system. Uh, I don't think so. So
Yeah, I
keep
got you.
doing what you're doing.
Appreciate you, bro.
Peace.
Peace. Nobody else want to hit the link, man? When you could have sent it to the Abos, they be ducking their smoke. That's what I be saying, bro. Like, they be running. You just trying to get to. Hey, one of the hold on, let me get the book. One of those interesting books where you can find information as it pertains to culture. When you're talking about culture, is Flash of the Spirits, right? The artistic expression, the spiritual connection, and things of that nature that transpires, and the information that's in that book is something that we really should be rocking with, right? Um, because it has some of those answers that we ultimately are looking for. But people ain't reading those materials and works, man. Like you claim to be foundational Black American, but your foundation is built on fucking Africa. And then to gate Africa, you try to disconnect yourself and then connect yourself and then say, well, some of us was already here. Bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. Ain't that what that little kid said? A bullshit. And bro, you gotta come up off that stupidity. You feel me? But it is what it is, though. Like, I ain't tripping on none of that. I don't know what none of the sucker dudes over there, smoke signals. I don't know what none of them been saying or doing. I do know this though. About Truth Zone. Not a coincidence. I told you. Told you. Told you. Try to told you. Lucky I have told you. Y'all already know what he doing for the play. He trying to not only try to build his channel up, you know what I'm saying, off the bullshit, right? But he went with his move. The thing is that he showed a hand too quick and he wasn't able to get what he was trying to get up out of it. I'm gonna mail my DNA test off the bar.
The one thing that I do know, Sean, is that these conversations with these FBA dudes aren't even entertaining or like fun anymore. It's just boring. I would rather argue with the Christians than them. And that's kind of bad. And the Hebrews than I would rather argue because what are you talking about? Ethnogenesis. We already know we have the ethnogenesis. We already know we are a different group of people than our people.
Reading the sheet learned about ethnogenesis a year ago or whatever, and that's been the shift in what their arguments are. Is that they've been trying to use that to establish an ethnogenesis, and that's why 1865 now is the predicate point for reestablishing ethnogenesis. But even in that in trying to do that, there was already one, because the ethnogenesis transcended from Africans into slaves. So those people that were slaves, that were birthing, right? Listen, if I got 100,000 Africans, male and female, all breeding amongst themselves, are they less African?
No.
Okay. What if they interbreed and turn the population into double the size? So now I got 200.
That's just more.
But hold on. Are those 200 Africans interbreeding and now they are less African?
No. They're just mixed Africans. Interbred Africans.
Right. And if they do that again, they just interbred Africans. So genetically speaking, they're not losing their Africanness, right? But they could lose certain cultural traditions because they're no longer entrenched in an environment or a world that they once knew that required them to maintain that certain view and practice those same traditions.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So now they establish a new, not even a new, but a similar tradition or cultural practices that would instigate understanding. And I don't think that people really get that really. Is that like, bro, like, people ain't dealing with people how they think they do. I don't know.
Right. That's because they don't really understand how people breed. So I don't understand it, how you could have a Finnish, German, Slavic person, but you can't have an African person mixed with Gambian, Nigerian, and Senegalese. And they're not African.
Yeah, man.
Right? That person is still European, right? That person would still be considered Caucasian or European, even if they had all that. So how come that person mixed with those three isn't African?
Right. White people ain't got no problem being Europeans.
That shit.
They know they come from Europe.
That ain't mathing. 1 + 1 equals 1 × 1 = 2 in their world.
Yep. But listen, man, right. I've been on this for a minute.
4 5.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get my ass up off this thing, man. I'll probably return either tomorrow or Sunday, and hopefully we can have some conversations. I would like to have a conversation. I might get into chapter 2 of this book. I don't know, because I think after letting y'all see or review and go into chapter 1, that was pretty much like a lost cause. To argue for. I don't think that you'll find supportive evidence out there that would actually allow you to be able to even stand in the vicinity of trying to defend that book. That book was some trash. Chapter 1, it gets worse. Chapter 2 get worse. But yeah, man, I'm gonna get on up out of here, man. I appreciate everybody tapping in. Make sure y'all like, share, subscribe. If you missed the show earlier, catch the replay, leave a comment on the video. Let us know what you think. If you have questions, comments, and concerns, remember all the sources are in the description of the video. But if you want to challenge any of the information, feel free. No one is above reproach or critique in my arena. So feel free. Have a good rest of y'all day. We appreciate y'all, man.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find your
own genealogy?
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top Abo leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. Genealogy.